Hello everybody, welcome back to Wobbleville. Welcome back to Hobbit, and yeah, we got more. Got more of these things. Where's the one we did last time? Oh jeez, it's still got the roof on it here. Maybe we'll take the roof off of there and maybe the roof off of there. Let me move this somewhere where it won't be in the way, perhaps. This is the one we did last night. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Sorry about the results out east. I wasn't really expecting that. I knew it was a possibility, but uh, believe me, there's been lots of interesting surprises today. So all the glowy stuff you see here, well, that's got to happen here too, because that's a blacksmith forge. Veggie tables on this one, not so much over here, right? And of course, I do have another one of these little farm patches right here. We'll see if we can get to one of these again, right, Sectrix? How you doing? Happy Saturday, all that good stuff. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I think, was it the 25-point second half deficit? Eventually, something's going to break, right? You can't quite keep playing with fire like that. So great to see you there, Sector X. Appreciate that. Armored Wolf, I know that Paintwater Sommelier was wondering if maybe there was going to be some kind of MESPG news from GW today. I forgot all about that. So I wasn't sure if maybe there was some kind of dramatic announcement from GW today or not. Well, Sectorix, was there any kind of magic thing to it where it was just, oh yeah, look at this, or was it just kind of, I don't know, just playing around, and all of a sudden a magic button gets hit? Let me see if I can get some more of my orange in here. That thing, I think it goes back a long ways. It's gonna, let me get some more of this in here. Okay, that's got just more of the orange in it. So we'll see what's going on with that. Well, all I know is that those guys from the Broken Sword who had that video where they had to kind of react to their clickbaity thing, all of a sudden they're holding up some kind of a book that said War of the Rohirrim, and they said it was from GW. So, yeah, not so sure what's going on there. Well, Sectrix, well, that's the advantage, right, Sectrix, of no one having the knowledge that you have right there. That's pretty sweet that you were able to do that. All right. I literally just had to shove a bunch of this stuff in there and just kind of hope for the best. What are we doing here? We need some of our orange out there now. We'll need some over here. Again, we just got to figure out what's the extent of this. Obviously, I think we want to go over here with this stuff. Sector X, I do think that is, what would you say, well, the future. I don't know. It's not like they've gone as far as they can with printers, but I think there's a long, long way they can go with those scanners. They're, talk about its infancy. Very much in its infancy. Hey there, Horns fan. So sorry if there's if things are being jinky here with the stream. Now again, there is nothing I can do about that. So it might even boot me off here. I don't know. But great to see you there, Horns fan. Well, I don't have an iPhone, Sectorix, so that kind of eliminates that possibility. So yeah, no idea what's going on there. We'll see if it cures itself or if it just boots me off. In that case, I guess I'll be filming tonight. Because everything has been completely fine for days and days and days. So yeah, not sure what's going on here. So yeah, that is being very annoying. So yeah, Horns fan, that was it was certainly better having that game than it was having the game, say, that Georgia had, right? That was a very rough game for Georgia. And of course, well, didn't work out so well for Miami either. So yeah, I have no idea what's happening here. Again, everything was fine, and now it's not fine anymore. Well, that would be very sweet there, Sectorix, for sure. So hopefully this rectifies itself again. There is absolutely nothing I can do about it except just hope that it stops. So Horns fan, yeah, there's I think, well, even whatchamacallit has a loss. Well, and BYU is losing to Utah right now, so again, I don't even know if this is gonna, if I'll even be able to continue here. So, like I said, I'll do this for a bit, and if it just collapses, well, we'll just have to do something else. We'll just keep putting some of our orange on here. Maybe I'll just start throwing some glaze stuff over here just in case it completely boots me off. Well, let's see. What do we want to do here with the cores of the door? I think we'll just kind of do a combination maybe of some Van Dyke Brown and some other stuff. No, not in that one. Let me use this right here. So just Van Dyke Brown. We're going to have another one with some, probably some of our Mars Black. And let's just start mixing up this stuff. Again, not sure if we're going to even be able to continue here. So yeah, Horns fan, Indiana, that was way closer than it should have been. Actually, Michigan, they scored the touchdown. All they had to do was get the 2-point conversion. They couldn't do that. There was, oh yeah, that was a game that Indiana could have actually, they could have lost that one easily. So we'll just roll with what we got here. And I'm just going to start putting some of this stuff on the walls. Again, maybe maybe we're not able to continue here. Maybe we are. Maybe we're not. It's certainly not up to me to decide. It is up to the internet. Now, I do think so. They don't like our new conference there, Horns fan. Yeah, they are not fans of our new conference. Let's do this. Right here. Just to get some of the brown there. Oh, better be careful. There's actually a hole in the floor here. Better not put too much of my stuff over here. So it was definitely a wild and crazy day. Again, lots of stuff that actually some of the well, and of course that Mississippi stole the Ole Miss game. It couldn't have started out worse for Mississippi State, and then they just basically manhandled Georgia the rest of the way. Well, now it shows up as green. Here's hoping that maybe it stays that way. Because again, I did nothing different from when I started to what it is now. So there you go. And again, BYU, that's another undefeated team that is having a very rough time here. Just again, trying to get some kind of brownish whatever down in there. Now, of course, Horns fan, next week gets a little bit weird because you start getting some of those bizarro late season cream puff games and buys and all that other kind of stuff. Of course, it is pretty hilarious, Horns fan, that that nice little thing that they all set up last Tuesday that got blown up real fast. I mean, they pretty much have to redraw that thing from scratch. That is DED dead, I think, is the way that they phrase that. That is gone, gone, gone. Yeah, Sector X, there was a point where I really wanted to, this was way back in the day, and I did actually make some, I did some Sculpey bases. I think, well, these are actually 40K for the most part. And I did these Sculpey bases, and I made some press molds for myself, and I just would stick things like Sculpey in there. I did also do some resin on some of them. It is going through that hole. I looked over here, and I'm like, I'll bet you any money it's finding its way through this hole over here, sure enough. Because I looked over and saw my hand over here, and I went, yep. We have all the other walls, so I'm just going to keep going with this brown ochre here. And we'll do that here. Now we'll start getting some out here. And this is where it gets a little bit trickier. This is some of our Payne's Gray here. Hey, Michael. So Michael, boy, I've only had a chance to paint a couple of their things. Their stuff definitely it has a lot of nice detail on it for sure, right? And it's got that kind of, what would you say, originality, creativity to it as well. So I'm glad you got yourself some fun stuff to paint there, Michael. Nice to see you there, Dark Horse. So Dark Horse, hopefully your Saturday has been a good one. You know what? Let me just, I'm going to cheat here. I'm going to use the asphaltum on this door. I'm going to do a little bit of cheaty stuff right there. That's what I'll do. Now as I go back over this way, we'll do just like what we did with this one, because well, we learned from the first one that we did, and we did a little more of a graduated approach to the to all the glazy stuff on the interior there. Yeah, Michael, Archvillain, that's the other one that sometimes will do, something like that where they have something very original. Like the Walrus people. That was some of my favorite Archvillain stuff. What was it? Wally the Walrus, and it was his craft brew that he had. It was Scale Ale. That's right, because it was a barrel of fishes. We said that he was a master brewer or a micro brewer, one or the other, or both. So again, sorry if the stream is just going to be choppy tonight. I think I may just have not much luck with it tonight. Let me see if I can get a little bit of my scarlet there. That's the Naphthol scarlet mixed into the Perline red. We'll start maybe getting that in over about here. There's a lot of layer lines on some of this stuff here. Might even be doing a little bit of wiping some of this away too. Let me keep going with some of that red out here. Of course, Michael, if there's anything that you wanted to post in the chat, stuff that you're working on, the usual deal there. And yeah, Sectorix, the handles have obviously proven to be very helpful here with these massive terrain pieces, because I can still play spin the Hobbit hole there. Still going with that mix of the Perline red and the whatchamacallit there, the Naphthol scarlet. Now here more of the Perline red, and then a little bit more of the asphaltum as they get further and further out here. But we also have to kind of think about the shadows that might be cast. Like over here, we can't really have a glow right there. That should be in shadow. So we'll try to represent that here. Now I got more of my red mixed in. With some of the asphaltum even. Here we go, darkening that up. Now we'll come back with our later stuff. Horns fan, that is so weird how all that is working. Don't blame yourself, Horns fan. I got no clue. I have absolutely no clue. Unfortunately, that's yeah. I don't wish I had some more precise info for you. Well, I guess Ryan's gonna be a little bit happier because BYU is really getting smoked here. All right. So now let me go back to our more of our shadow glaze there, right? Because the light's not going to hit that. Where is just take away a little bit of that. Oh, by the way, I got some of the naphthol, or not, sorry, the Purell Orange. Yes, I got the Purell Orange out here because I knew I was going to be doing all this. And that was something I wanted to play around with a little bit more as far as our source lighting. So, yeah, we've got the Purell Orange working here tonight. No, that we want to say that as a blending brush. Maybe we'll just use this guy here. And now we're going to hit that with much more of a dry brush type of a thing. Let's go back to our Purell Orange and the Fluoro Orange. So yeah, it's that I'm not sure how well that's going to work for sure. Wait a minute, let me get a zoom in. There we go. Horns fan, that is I do think that it starts earlier than just any other convention I've ever seen. There are technically official events that are going on Wednesday afternoon. Believe it or not, Wednesday afternoon, you've got official events happening. So I don't know if that has any impact on your plans. You know, as far as the amount of time you're looking to spend there. Of course, too, it also depends what are the things that you're most interested in. Now, I'm pretty sure you weren't targeting any tournaments or anything like that, right, Horns fan? I don't believe so. Just gonna try. Boy, that naphthol, or sorry, that that is a strong color. That's that Purell Orange. That's some strong stuff. That is potent. Let me tell you. I will have to do a video then where we kind of feature that. Oh yeah, we gotta let that stuff set. And we also have to welcome in T-Cat. How you doing there, T-Cat? Everybody please give T-Cat a follow. And of course, T-Cat, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I was about to zoom out here real quick so that we can show what we're working on. This is actually a little hobbit hole right here. Yes, a wee little hobbit hole. I think I think this is the one you might have seen, T-Cat, right? When we were painting the first one, and there's Bilbo Bananigans right there. So doing these with the oil paints as always. And of course, T-Cat, you want to share anything in the chat, please go right ahead. Now last night, we actually did two things. We did this. Get what you can see the glowy stuff inside, and again, that's what's going to be happening over here, right? So he had his little patch of veggies, and then we also did this. So it's a little pumpkin patch. It's going to be defended by Bilbo Stabbins right here. Yeah, Bilbo Stabbins not gonna let you get after his pumpkins or anything like that. Thank you so much, Black Skull. Appreciate that. How you doing? Now, it's still a happy college Saturday here. So nice to see you again, Black Skull. And thank you so much, G-Cat. Yeah, Horns fan. I don't even know what the facility looks like. So unfortunately, I have nothing, no sage words of advice whatsoever. No clue. So again, everybody, please give TCAT a follow there. Thank you so much, TCAT. Appreciate the bitses. Thank you so much. Now, some of the other things that we've been doing, also, of course, with the oil paints, is we've done some birdies. Yeah, we did 2 of these. Some eagles with some nests. That was very fun. Those are 3D printed too. And let's see, where's one of my 1800 scale ships? Here they are. So we did a couple of these on Monday. Yeah, that's a little bit different than what we're doing now, right? That's just a wee bit different. And then, of course, we did all of those fell beasts and everything. We did a Moria dragon. We did a Balrog. We did the Watcher in the water here. Had fun with the water effects because reasons. Let's see. Okay. And Black Skull, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, go ahead if you want to. If you got any work in progress images of that Aragorn or anything like that. Yeah, let's start getting some lighter stuff here on our walls. Now remember, I also have tons of Hobbit furniture. I also have basically a little Hobbit farmhouse. And I think what I might actually try to do is see if I can maybe get these guys, or I have a bunch more of these prepped, and we'll try and get them in that house. Hey, Mr. Flamingo, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Oh, it's been a little while. I know that the streams have been starting super, super late. It's just kind of been like that, so my apologies that the streams have been so late. But great to see ya. Boy, these walls are extra tall. Actually, right now, there's another Hobbit house from, whatchamacallit, from Conquest Creations that's printing out now. It doesn't have really, it just kind of looks like, again, like a human house that has, what we call it, the Schmobbit houses, that's right. Yeah, it's not really a Hobbit hole, it just kind of has that, it's like a regular human house that kind of looks like one. Well, Mr. Flamingo, hopefully it was super fun. Well, hopefully you were able to get some neat pictures and some nice memories out of that, of course. And again, TCAT, if there's anything that you want to share, please go ahead. And Black Skull, if you wanted to share the Kathy figure, please go ahead and do that. Of course, on our Kathy birthday stream, we painted a Kathy miniature, and then we also did these. I think you saw these, right, TCAT? Hey there, Liching Hour. So, TCAT, I think you remember that we were making these Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears for Gumladriel and Gumlum over there. So thank you so much, Liching Hour. How you doing? Everybody, please give the Liching Hour a follow as well. So Liching Hour, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I wasn't sure maybe if you might have been doing an RPG thing tonight. So thank you so much for the raid, Liching Hour. Appreciate that. And yes, we are painting another Hobbit hole. This is the one we did last night. There you go. So that's our one from last night. A little bit of a vegetable patch out in front of that one. And you can see this is a blacksmith forge. So we're kind of doing what we did here with that little nice glowing hearth. And oh, look, we have another one here. And that's a Bilbo Bananigans right there at the door. We even have special rules for hobbitses playing or regular sized figs. And here again, we painted one of these last night. And Bilbo Stabbins is closely guarding his pumpkins there. Don't mess with Bilbo Stabbins' pumpkins. Thanks, Sunimara. Mahara, please appreciate that. Yeah, Grant Oracle, I think, well, let's see, we started, half an hour ago. Yeah, started a half an hour ago. That sounds like one crazy game there. Liching hour. So, Suni, I hope that you're also doing well. Again, it is still a happy college football Saturday here. Eventually, give it a little bit, about an hour or so, we'll be into Sunday, which sadly does not have college football. But actually Monday does, and I think even Tuesday does. I'm pretty sure that there's Tuesday night football now in college, which, I mean, there should be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night. Well, there is a Friday night game too. And again, so we only were able to get 2 of these sculpted. These are the gummy bear, or the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. If we can get someone, again, if I did digital sculpting myself, I would already have done these. Check these out. Yep, look at that. That's gummed off and gumly. And of course we had sorghum to start out, and then we have tree gum, and then we have legumless. So we just, and we have other ones too. We have other ones. We just, again, we'll have to get those sculpted. Of course, that was the thing that I really wanted the scanner for. Sector X was to be able to scan those things. Let me see if we can do that. I don't know if I can get away with that, but I'm going to try. I'm telling you, this, where is it here? Here it is. So, little experiment tonight. Grant Oracle, we got the Richardson Puro Orange out here. That stuff is really nifty, I gotta tell you. I'm liking it lots. I'm really, really liking that. And no, not in a mossy sense. Not in a mossy sense. Liching hour. One of the things I was, well, especially this one, I've been asking around if I could, let's see, put a mold on this thing, because it's a STL file, it's printed. So it's printed out, but if I could mold this and then find out, hey there, Valfera, or if I could find out some way to take like a gummy-like material and just pour it into the mold, and then we could actually have literal gummy versions of these. So nice to see you there, Valfera. So I think that Vanderbilt's stay in the top 25 was brief, Valfera. And well, Tennessee, they managed to take care of business. And in today's SEC, doing that will get you in the playoffs. Yes, indeed. Just all you gotta do is take care of business, and you're gonna end up in the playoffs. So yeah, Liching Hour, obviously, well, I think you know the story about Kathy at ReaperCon back in 2018, and just one thing leads to another. Next thing you know, they had a gummy bear painting contest. And to this day, years and years later, there's even a trophy printed out for it now. So yes, the gummy bear painting contest still happens even to this day. Nice to see you there, Grey Wolf. Sorry if I didn't see you sooner. And of course, Grey Wolf, if you wanted to post your Kathy that you did, please go ahead and do that. Actually, T-Cat, again, if there's something that you wanted to post in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So yeah, sorry I didn't see you sooner there, Grey Wolf. And sorry, this is a little bit later. I was kind of hoping to maybe start at 10. I think I ended up starting at 10:30, something like that. I mean, it's still earlier than our Thursday stream, which was almost midnight. Yeah, our Thursday stream almost started on Friday. We missed it by that much. And I'm just trying to do some of the interior trim stuff here. Well, this, see, that's getting less shiny there. That is getting less shiny. Less shiny that is. Sooner we can get to all the dark. So again, what you see here, that is that's eventually what we're going to be doing there.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
So Grey Wolf, that's going to be pretty interesting, right? I mean, 2 9-0 teams. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that that TCAT just shared. That would be sensational. So again, everybody, please check out that Instagram link that TCAT just shared. Let me get these out of the way so that I can do this right here. Thank you so much, Legion. It's like, well, you're not the baggins that I'm looking for. He's like, you want a banana? It's like, no, no, no. I like some banana bread. It's like, oh, I'm cooking some right here. So there's our can. I've been waiting to do that little puppet show too for like the last couple of days. All right, what's gonna happen on our big Gandalf 6 here? That is a decent roll for Gandalf. Surprising that he's going to interact with hobbits and not mention a certain weed at all. Okay, well that's very cool, TCAT. Again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And everybody, please again check out that Instagram link that TCAT just shared. Velfira, yep, that's all I could think of too. Same thing. Great minds think alike, right? It wasn't, no, not Steve Martin. I don't think so. So see you later. And hey, Night Whisperer, nice to see ya. Actually, Night Whisperer, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Night Whisperer a follow, because Night Whisperer has all kinds of fabulous oil painted stuff. And again, Grey Wolf, if you wanted to share, some of your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. So Grand Oracle, I did do a video with that. Remember, it was that one bust, and I hated it. Absolutely hated that. So, I mean, we sort of do a minor version of that in the army painting vids because, well, they dry, right? So it's okay with something like the army painting stuff, but it's so agonizingly slow. It's kind of well, you know, I mean, here, right? We've everything we're doing is to try and get the maximum production, and that would just slow things down to a crawl. And of course, as Grand Oracle says, a mime is a terrible thing to waste. Oh, Grand Oracle, after you went to sleep, that's when recoil showed up. So yes, surface tension was gone. So I told Recoil that you and Surface Tension were unleashing the power of the puns. So again, everybody please give Night Whisperer a follow. Again, Night Whisperer, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. There. So yeah, there was plenty of punnage going on. It was open mic night at the Wampleville Comedy Club, wasn't it, Grand Oracle? But Grand Oracle, I'm trying to set things up for those experiments, and yeah, Velfira, trying to set up things for the what is that? The paste, right, and the marble dust and everything else. What was I gonna? Oh yeah. So Grand Oracle, this I have to do a video. Well, I have another bow rug to paint, so maybe we'll try and use this on that other bow rug. But that has actually proven to be very handy here. It's shockingly intense in its coloration, and if you add, oh gosh, was it our orange to it, our floral orange, it's insane. So yeah, Grand Oracle, that might be something to try. Now, of course, it is. I think it's a Series 5. First, I thought it was a 3, but I think it's a 5. Yeah, it's a Series 5, but it is Richardson. Yeah, it's not exactly Series 5 Williamsburg. So everybody please check out that link that Night Whisper just shared. And please give Night Whisper a follow. So again, we're just kind of working on our interior stuff while we let this set a little bit more. That's the thing with you is it's this hurry up. I don't want to say hurry up and wait. It's this well, let's move on along. Then we have to be patient. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Of course, as always, Grand Oracle. What is it that we would love to have is just less linseed oil, because we can add that ourselves. We don't need somebody else to add that for us. We can just put that in ourselves. Now that's for sure, Valfira. Well, I do think that there were lots of clever new jokes that were sown here. Yes. Of course, some of the humor was a bit patchy. So yeah, Grey Wolf, that's going to be interesting. Was it 2 weeks from now, Grey Wolf? Buckeyes and Hoosiers? Because I'm pretty sure that Indiana has a bye. I don't think that Ohio State does. Not sure who Ohio State is playing. Actually, Grand Oracle, I think I just borrowed that from you from last night. That's very possible that I might have plagiarized yours from last night. Let me see. Yeah, you know what? Night Whisper. Well, you've seen me using these things, right? I mean, it's handy on multiple levels. Well, kind of like 3 because, well, it's way easier to get the paint out of here. Second of all, you could, they're sitting upright, so it could solve that issue with the, with all the linseed oil and safflower oil going up here. And then also kind of takes up less space, right? So you could potentially organize, you could actually see what they are too, instead of just digging around through a bunch of paint's laying on their side. Yeah, Grand Oracle doesn't want to dig himself too much of a hole with these puns. Don't want to do that, right, Grand Oracle? I think now this is set enough where I can start doing some of our heavy-duty darks here. As in, well, maybe not that dark. we gotta have some perline red in there. All right. I mean, I could have cheated and gone the pricey way, which would have been perline crimson. Love perline crimson. Yeah, Night Whisper. Just get those on Amazon, and I think a half a dozen of them is maybe $7 on the high side. Okay, so yeah, Grey Wolf. I think it's because it's the week before rivalry games. Yeah, that's when someone is playing, Northeastern Southern Chattanooga Community College, A&M, so that they can get ready for their big rivalry games. Actually, Grand Oracle, there is no funky little trophy. There's no old oaken bucket or Paul Bunyan's axe or anything like that those guys play for every year. I don't think so. At least not that I remember. It's been kind of a while since I've seen an OU IU game that had any significance to IU. So yeah, Night Whisper. They work pretty well. Now I have snapped a few of them. I have to say, there comes a point with that tube where, if you you know twist that handle a little too hard, that's going to break. Now of course, Sectorix. Maybe we have to beg Sectorix to design something like this. I don't know if 3D printing these makes them any less fragile or any more fragile. Not sure. Let me darken this up a little more over here. Hey there, Enzabal. And Asnabal. Sorry about that. Nice to see you there, Majar. I hope that you're doing well. Let's see. Well, it's still a happy Saturday here. It is still a happy college football Saturday. And, well, we're on a run of Hobbit holes. We will be painting up more of these during the week. Of course, we'll be getting back to... Where did it go? We'll be getting back to our IJN. We're going to be painting at least one aircraft carrier on our Monday stream. So yeah, we're really starting to infuse some of our darker stuff here, and then we'll come back with some of the light along the edges, because that's really just basically a mid-tone that's there right now for the most part. Doing some glazy stuff here. So Major, that sounds really, really like a fantastic project, but also a ton of work. That definitely sounds like a whole bunch of work right there on many different levels. What are we doing here? Let's do this out here too. I can't really have any of our reddish tones in there. I'm mostly just trying to do this with the Van Dyke brown here. Let's get some thinner into that. I think it's going to be super satisfying though. Yep, Velfira, I think at halftime, BYU started out okay, but that's a rivalry game there, Velfira, and that's one of the more unique rivalry games, because let's just put it this way, there's a lot of someone has a brother that played for the Utes, and the other brother played for BYU. Someone coached for both teams, and sometimes they go back and forth. Sometimes they'll go from one team to the other, back to the... It's almost like our APCC, right, Horns fan? So yeah, Georgia goes down, Miami goes down. BYU, we're going to lose two undefeateds potentially in one day. Georgia was not undefeated. So it's going to be very, very, very interesting here in the again in the college football playoff era, or as we like to call it, the APCC era. And of course, we cover it all here on the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Yes, indeed. Now, Ansible, that's gonna, I'm sure, increase your productivity big time, right? I would imagine that you're going to be able to do a whole bunch of other things on that now. So yeah, that's going to be really cool. I'm looking for, I'll just use this guy. We'll just use this guy. We're just going to take some of this and then some of this. We need that to be wood, actually. Now we'll get to the chimney later on. I mean, there's nothing super elaborate about it. Horns fan, yeah, things like, well, let's say Boise State. I mean, it was different years ago, but now, games on the Smurf turf, it's not just let's just switch to a highlight to see the Smurf turf. Now, the games that are happening there actually really mean something. You just can't sleep on games anymore. Horns fan, I think maybe the 1980s is the last time I can remember Southern Methodist being not just discussed, but like really heavily discussed, as in like in the mix for the playoffs. Yeah, conference champion Southern Methodist University. That's not probably something we anticipated. And of course, you still have an undefeated Army. Well, and an undefeated Indiana. All hail conference realignment. Now, Horns fan, did you get to see the on a Reflective Fansville commercial today? With the Aflac duck and the branded flag? No, that's just a pennant. That's the Aflac duck. No, that's just a regular duck. Alright, we've done that. I'm just going to keep using this thing to get. I'm even just going to use some thinner so that this happens faster. There. Now, of course, there was a point where, TCU and Baylor were also a big part of the mix. I think those days have gone by. Now there's mixed results with the portal. Of course, they were really talking about the success of Mississippi or Ole Miss in the portal. Yeah, Horns fan. Because I remember I had to think back to, why was it that I kept getting them mixed up with Marshall? Yeah, I was getting SMU mixed up with Marshall. No, it's a whole different circumstance there, right? Well, and then too, they have, and the only access to it is closed off. Yeah, there's not even any connection here, right? Right, Valfear. Now, you know what? It's got to do my this stuff right here. We got to do that. Oh, we'll just use one of these brushes, I guess. Here, let me. This time I remembered to get some water. Yeah, this is not I'm trying to think of some of the more prominent heating and cooling outfits there. Let me just get. I need to get this stuff on here because this, believe it or not, does really help tell me just how light or how dark I've got things. And eventually, this will be the Stuart Simple Black 3.0. So see you later there, Grey Wolf. Sorry I didn't get a chance to shoot you a message the last couple of days. I was glad that you were able to have some fun with those games today, Grey Wolf. I know it's hard to get everybody together, right? I was I'm just trying. Apparently there was one season where Indiana went to a Rose Bowl or something, and I'm thinking that's like the old style Rose Bowl era there. Of course, again, I feel bad for Ryan because Iowa State had another rough afternoon there. Did not go well. Velfair, I'm starting to think that the Black 4.0, that would be, like, what is that there? Quinacridone Golden Brown. No, that would be Yin Min Blue, because the current version is Quinacridone Golden Brown. That would be Yin Min Blue. Don't you think? And again, there's these crazy hinges here that don't fit any filament. Well, I guess maybe some, zero point 0.2 filament or something like that would fit in there. Well, I'll see you later there, Grey Wolf. Again, I'll try and shoot you a message tomorrow. It hopefully will be way less crazier tomorrow. I'm just going to be trying to film stuff. Oh yeah, that really does make a difference here. I can definitely see things a whole lot better instead of this weird white stripe going down the center here. Remember, there's no actual primer on this. I just hit it with the Liquitex spray paints. And they're just acrylic spray paints. That's all they are. Oh yeah, I can hit that too. Alright. Good enough. I'm going to use this for some water here. So Major, this is from, I almost said printable scenery. This is from Miniatureland. All of these Hobbit holes are from Miniatureland. Now the crops, those are from Conquest Creations. Let me get this just out of the way. So this was the first one we did. So you have 5 different Hobbit holes. They different themes. Like 2 of them are kind of regular houses. One, as you can see, is a blacksmith shop. One is a lumber shop, and another one is kind of like a farm. Well, a couple have like a farm type of a theme. This one's got the garden. Another one's got basically a place for livestock. And these are the one of the 3 different fields by Conquest Creations. Now, I've got one second. This is the one that is, I want to get the livestock on. Because, look at that. So yeah, we'll try to get some farm aminals there. We can put in that thing. And then the other one, again, is like a lumberjack. Now, Velfera, I never made it to the store today. So I will definitely have to run out there tomorrow because, well, now if I run out there tomorrow and I see as many things of cranberries as I did the day before, whatever, then I'll realize, okay, I'm the only one buying them. If I go there though and I see less than there was, I'm gonna be stocking up because you can freeze them. Yeah, Ansible, and of course, I think you saw some of the hobbits as we painted, right? And some of our favorite characters, like that was Bilbo Stabbins, This is Half Pint over here, and here's Gallagher. Right, he smashes the pumpkin once per game. Everything within 3 inches, friend or foe, is immobilized. Because, well, they got a bunch of pumpkin stuff in their eyes now. So yeah, I figured I would do that tomorrow. Let me do this. So this is something well, I'm able to do this on terrain, well, and bigger things. Oh, hey, Majar, did you get a chance to see any of the fell beasts that we did? Man, those were super fun, I gotta tell you. I had an absolute blast doing those fell beasts. I really enjoyed the Moria Dragon too. That was super fun. So yeah, actually, and two, we did 2 of the Great Eagles. So the eagles themselves, those are 3D printed from the printing goes ever on. The nests in the tree, all that is from Asgard Rising. We did 2 of those. So Valfira, I've got blueberry pie filling ready to go. That'll take care of at least 2 batches. I mean, if you really stretch, it could do 3. So like those 6 bags that I got, that one thing of the pie filling could take care of all 3 batches. So Grand Oracle, the next actually, oh, I wanted to get back to some of my ships for sure. I also, well, let's see, the Easterling stuff that I've been printing out, I think that's going to be just too large. I think that's going to be too large to be fitting on stream. The Rohan stuff, too large to fit on stream. There is some Minas Morgul stuff that would potentially fit on in the camera setup here. There. The Hobbit Tavern. Well, that's that's something we're just gonna have to paint. I don't even think I can make a video out of it because it's too massive. So Velfira, I was wondering if they had cranberry bogs in Wisconsin. I could see him having cranberry bogs up there. Let me do something here real quick. 1 second. So I am printing up the Conquest Creations version of a Hobbit hole. Let me see if we can bring that up here. Now, again, the sad thing is it just kind of has the basic appearance of it, but the shape of it is basically just like a human house. So there's Bambi Cam, and you can see there it is. And I got some hay bales that are being printed out there. Yeah, we got some hay bales. So those, I think I can use those for a bunch of different things. Well, speaking of Rohan, I could definitely use them because I've got a couple of Rohan stables. Majar, if you have any pictures of that the bird that you sculpted there, and you want to post that in the chat, please go ahead. Love me some woodworking. My dad and I, the first frames that I ever had were frames that my dad and I we made ourselves with the miter box out in the garage. I swear that we still have that miter box. We still have that thing. Let's do this. Actually, there's some of my Harad terrain Grand Oracle that I want to start getting to. Not the big port city, but at least maybe some of the smaller buildings. I think there are still maybe some east. Oh, that my Easterling ship. That's right. Yeah, that Chinese junk. I want to try and get that painted. Hey there, Vetbod. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Vetbod. So Vetbod, well, the one that we had probably not so much because it was just a very simple, basic thing. But the miter box that I got for myself, it's got the multiple miters. So obviously you've got this, right? But then you can also set it this way. So you can have it on an angle this way, and you can basically do 2 angles on that miter box. So it's going to be a mix of Dark Realms, Printing Goes Ever On, actually Miniature Land. I don't know if you saw, remember last night, well, I think it was last night or 2 nights ago, we were talking about how Miniature Land has lots of really neat boats, and I want to say at least a third of my Harad terrain is Miniature Land. Oh, also, too, check out the, well, if you want it for Lizardmen or something like that, there's a bunch of Inca themed terrain that they have, and I actually have that too. So you might actually be seeing some of that Inca terrain being painted. So yeah, Grand Oracle, these are, well, there's, well, you remember the Elven ship that we did? The Elven ship, where the heck is my, there we go. So the Elven ship is probably, well, forget the ram on the front. It's about 3 inches longer than the Corsair ship was. That Chinese junk is about the size of that. So that's maybe about 4 inches longer than the Corsair ship. And it's in 3 pieces, so, well, that means it will fit. So yeah, there's a ton of that stuff. Really looking forward to, again, just kind of, and also too, I want to do a bunch of videos on, I got tons of rivers. I got rivers from Conquest Creations, Printing Goes Ever On, probably somebody else. I know I've got the Unprintable Terrain rivers. So I have a bunch of rivers that I want to do in some videos where we're doing the water effects. Oh geez, I never got the ice stuff. So not sure if the stream is stuck or something like that. There we go. So everybody please check out that Discord link that Majar just posted for some fabulous woodworking. I'm going to try and make this even. Yeah, I'm going to try and get more dark down in there. So Vetbot, I hope that you're doing really well. It's still a happy college football Saturday here. It is still a college football Saturday. Let me hit this. Now, so you saw the very reflective Fansville. What was it? The tasty strawberries and cream, Dr. Pepper, 24 pack. So it would seem that BYU just got an interception or something. Horns fan, you'll have to be our sideline reporter. You'll be our Big 12 reporter, which is ironic, given the conference realignment. And of course, well, they played the Ewers commercial too. All right, now I think I can start to maybe do some of the lighter stuff here. So you can see the difference there. Also, too, you can see how that lost its shininess. Again, that's just, we just gotta let the glazy stuff have a chance to set for a little bit in there. Let me get rid of this over here. Okay, good. Now, let me see what happens here with this little combo here of the Hansa Yellow and the Puro Orange. It's definitely different from just the straight up fluoro stuff. Hey there, Landrast. So Landrast, well, I'm hoping that the printer is still doing well. It sure seems like it. Landrast, I figured that maybe you were playing that new game with, well, I think MTEL is at KublaCon, right? This weekend. You hit, again, some more of my light against the edge of the rock here, or the flagstone there. So I'm glad that that new one has been fabulous for you. I think, boy oh boy, it really is very much a twixt and tween when it comes to do you get the try and take advantage of that sale? That's what I'm trying to determine, Grand Oracle. Is do we just pull the trigger on that sale? And well, it would be the one thing that would really be nice about having the second bamboo is it would be the same as the other one, and there would be less mayhem in terms of, oh, okay, now I have to figure out whatever little oddities there are about this, that, or the other printer. Let me see if I can get some of the orange on some of our pieces over here. Got to get some on the wall too, I think. Can even see some of the texture starting to show up on that wall now. So thank you so much, Majar. Appreciate that. So Majar, hopefully, one of the reasons we're doing all this is to eventually be able to live stream games of MESBG. So hopefully you'll be able to see an entire table of these. And well, that's the ultimate goal, is to be able to have an entire table of Rohan terrain, an entire table of Hobbit terrain, Osgiliath, Fornost, the Dead Marshes. I've been printing out terrain for everything. Literally every environment in Middle Earth. I mean, fortunately been able to hit a lot of the miniatures. I just wasn't sure how I was gonna, get all the terrain painted, but it looks like I will at least be able to do some of it on stream. Again, the bigger stuff, not so much, but maybe I could do some of the bigger stuff in some of the tutorial videos. What's going on here? More of our orange there again. Now, using the Pyrrole orange here. So, Landrest, I'm guessing you don't have a Hobby Night at Shea Landrest going on? Right now. What's weird about that Pyrrole orange is that it's technically not an opaque color. It's a semi-transparent color that paints like an opaque. How many times, Grand Orc, have we said something has a really weird property to it? This is one of those. I mean, maybe that's why it's a Series 5. So we have Elf here. It's very toasty on the outside, very cool on the inside. Apparently, that's how this Hobbit's gonna roll. That's how he's gonna do things. Okay, I think, we got maybe a little more of the Van Dyke Brown in that than we needed. But let me see what happens in here. You know what? I'm actually gonna do a little thinner because that might also hit some of those layer lines. Sure enough, it does. Well, we should be able to do a little bit of a film noir on this. Now, hopefully when we do that film noir, this won't be quite so shiny anymore. But you can see it mixes, right? It's mixing with all the dark that we've already got in here. Yeah, Horns fan, they had I think they almost had a chance for a house call, but I think there was a touchdown saving tackle. And then I think there was maybe a pass knockdown or something like that. Is that still about halfway through the third? Oh, wow, look at that. I just took a raw guess at that. That is just about halfway through the third. Horns fan, I'm thinking we have an 11 p.m. start, and it's not Hawaii. Because I keep thinking of those kind of crazy games, right? Where BYU or Air Force goes out to Hawaii and plays out there. But what's weird is I do believe I believe there's Tuesday college football. I know there's Friday, but I think there's actually, there might even be Wednesday. I think basically any day that there's not NFL stuff, there's going to be college games on, which makes life that much better. So, boy, that really makes a difference. And these, I can go lighter with these. Might want to also get some little shade of green on these flagstones in here too, so they're not all just the same warm gray. But gotta let those set now. which means now I'll get out here and maybe start playing around with some of this stuff. Hey there, AD. Nice to see ya. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. And of course, AD, if you would like to post something in the chat, like your tribute figure there, please go ahead. So AD, I know that work has been very tiring, but hopefully the desk is basically set now. So desk is you got it operational to a high degree. So yeah, he more Hobbit goodness. This was our Hobbit hole from last night. And I don't know if you saw the pumpkin patch that we also did. There's a nifty little pumpkin patch that we did too. Yeah, Horns fan. I wonder though, is this the conference realignment? Do we kind of have all this chaos and now it's just going to have to be settled in place for a while? Or is there still some shakeout yet to be done? Oh, let me get some more of my fast mat white out here. We definitely need some more of this here. Just chuck it over there. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that AD just shared. And please give AD Creations a follow. So great to see you there, AD. And yeah, the tribute figure looking really, really good. Yeah, AD, I wasn't so sure with the pumpkins being an FDM style print. Would they even look like pumpkins? But they still looked pretty much like pumpkins, so I was pretty happy about that. Come on, there we go. We have not really gotten any of our lighter yellow out here just yet. So for maybe next Thursday, I'll try to have the farm animals prepped and ready to go so that we can have those. We'll do our little farmer's house there. So yeah, we've got some whole variety of livestock that we can put in there. And while we've got the hay bales, those all be ready to go too. And obviously there'll be less shiny stuff here. Probably, I want to say about the next 30 minutes from now, things should really start to lose that shininess. Because we did an awful lot of glazy stuff here. I'm pretty sure that those are from the Printing Goes Ever On Horns fan. I have other animals too from, I'd have to look. I'd really have to look. But I know I've got farm animals from another entity, which actually had like a whole, it had pig troughs and it had pens and the whole thing. Now I also have tons of Hobbit furniture. I also have a bunch of blacksmith stuff. Well, because remember, we've got our blacksmith shop here. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So that's the building in the middle there. That's the blacksmith shop for Rohan. Now that might fit on screen. That might fit on screen. I'm not sure. That be. It's yeah. We'll see how that goes. Here is. So there's the roof. So all of these come with very nifty roofs. Oh, and here's again one of the. Who knows? Maybe we can get some stuff on this right here. Trying to feed it a little bit more of this light here on the coal. Then we're going to try and get some darker stuff in there to really separate those, and again make it look like there's some coals or embers there. Get some light right on the edge of this thing here. Touch more light on some of these. And that's a little too much for right. Let me back off a little. To be there we go, something like that. Our door, we're going to try and hit some of that. Now, not over here, right, because that's going to cast a shadow on it. So I was hoping to do double duty here to get some wood texture, plus have a little bit of lighting effect happen. Especially along that edge. Like so. Hey, Wizardo, how you doing? Now, I didn't get to catch the end of that. I don't know if I almost said Jalen Hurts. If did he actually get 5 rushing touchdowns, or did he just have the 4? So Milroe, I know he had 4. I think that was. I'm trying to think the last time. There was something that the last time that LSU gave up 4 rushing touchdowns to this to one. Oh, so he did get 5. It's crazy that he got that 5th one because of by the halfway through the 4th quarter they didn't have a spy. They had like 3 guys. Okay, you 3 guys, you just watch number 4. So that's pretty nuts that he was able to get yet another touchdown out of that. But that was one of our elimination games. And of course, Georgia goes down real hard. Now, of course, that's what we love about college football, right? Ole Miss, last year they have their 10, 11 win season, but the one game they lose was by 50 some odd points, I think, to Georgia. It's a very different world now. Different universe. You know what? I'm going to do that just to get some of the green there. Where's my eye? Indian yellow. A little touch of the. Oh, and we've been again playing around with the Courbet green, which it's really not the most, what would you say, accurate substitute for Perlene black. I still need, yeah, that's what I need. That is what I need. More of the Mars Yellow Deep in here. There we go. Because, and remember too, this is, we're going to be doing a bunch of videos. Well, a video. Sorry, not a bunch, but a video where we experiment covering this with not just our flock, foliage, and other things, but I want to try, see if we can use our static grass wand and actually get some grass on this thing. Where is, yeah, Mars Yellow Deep. Ah, we almost forgot about this up here. So AD, I'm not sure if you had a chance to share. Oh, you did. Okay, everybody, please check out that Instagram link that AD just shared. Well, sure, that one not just shared. It was probably a little while ago because I was a little late on the uptick there. So Wizarro, I'm, of course, now it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure in those early years, the early Saban years, it was difficult to establish what the identity was going to be. And I think that it's going to take a potentially year or two. Plus, the conference is very different. Oh, and of course, Wizarro, there's the APCC down there. That's the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. As long as you've got a uniform, you can switch sidelines during the game. So the portal is open during the game. You could even switch between plays. If the other team is not running an up-tempo offense, you can actually change uniforms and just switch to the other side in the middle of the play. That is the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. And of course, we cover it all here on the Wappelville Sports Network, where of course we report the news before it is news. Get me a little bit more of my lighter green up there. Yeah, something like that. All right, that didn't take very long, did it? Okay, so everybody please go and check out that fabulous tribute piece that 80 Creations did. Now, I don't know. I don't remember how many streams it was that you were painting that one up. Well, this actually has almost more genuine wood texture there. So, a Horns fan, it does seem that BYU is threatening. Of course, they need the 2-point conversion to actually tie the game. We're probably getting towards the end of the third quarter. That's what my Elrond foresight tells me. Yeah, when did we create? Wasn't it before the season started, or was it last season that we created the APCC? How you doing there, TTV dog? Well, I suppose you could use these for Dungeons and Dragons or any kind of RPG thing. We are using this for Middle Earth strategy battle game. We even have rules for these. So basically anything like a hobbit, a dwarf, a goblin, they can move around inside the hobbit holes at full speed. Anything that is man-sized, not so much. Yeah. So if it's human-sized, he has to roll a d6 on a 1 or a 2. He gets clocked by one of the wooden beams. If it's something, well, maybe say like a Urukai sized, well, then he now it's a 4, 5, or 6. He'll get clocked in the head, or not get clocked in the head. This is the one that we did last night, right there. Now, yeah, Horns fan, it's now it is. It's a happy college Sunday. Never thought we'd be saying that, right, Horns fan? And of course, our Freaky Friday in college football. And every single Friday game has been crazy. Now, maybe not the highest stakes, but still crazy results. Yeah, you're not going to have Ohio State, Indiana basically playing for, or say Ohio State, Oregon playing for the top spot in the conference on a Friday night. Yeah, Horns fan. I think it was right at the end. It was, well, because that's when we found out there's going to be all this realignment. We didn't know. I had no idea. You know, I think one of the things that was really giving it away was the Fansville commercials. Yeah, it was the Fansville commercials that gave it away as much as anything else. Now, speaking of MESBG, I was not able to keep track if they made any kind of announcements as to when they might be releasing the new game. Is it pre-movie? Do you pre-order it? So that way they're making their money before Christmas, but they're not also superseding the movie. So that is my question. Was there any kind of news today? Because I guess Saturday is when they do that kind of stuff. Hey, they're Paintwater. Well, this is the person to ask. So Paintwater, I did see. Well, I didn't see the video, but I saw the thumbnail of the Broken Sword guys holding up a book that had the art from War of the Rohirrim. Now, I don't know if that's a GW thing that they got sent or whatever, or if that's just an art book that you can get from whatever that's publishing promoting the movie. Yep. Yeah, Horns fan. And then, of course, the fact that he came here in the draft, it's all so weird. So yeah, Paintwater, that's what I'm thinking that it was. Now, I was just thinking, okay, they grabbed one of those because I actually have the same things from the original 3 Lord of the Rings movies. I didn't expect that they would come out with something like that again before the movies were released, but I mean, that's all good. So Paintwater, if you want to share anything in the chat, you got your Gondor. Speaking of Rohan, you got your Rohirrim that you could share. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with this. I'm gonna stick with this over here. I can also hit that with my weathering powders if I feel like I need to either dirty that up or get some of the kind of the dust or whatever grout or mortar in between the stones. I don't know. Maybe we should just do that with the orange. I mean, well, whatever. We'll see. We will see here. Whoops. Let's not have that over there. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Paintwater Sommelier just shared. Oh, by the way, 1 hour and 40 minutes ago, this had no paint on it, so there's that. Yes, we're literally only just underway with this thing. So I do believe we have a touchdown for BYU, but now they're going to have to make the extra point, or the 2-point oh no, it's never mind, it's first and goal. But they will need that 2-point conversion if they want to tie it. So I'm going to take the white. We're going to take... oh boy. Okay, let me just start breaking this stuff down. So there's your touchdown. So I'm pretty sure they're going for 2. Give me some of my Indian yellow out here. This has to be, I think, pretty thick. Get a little bit more of my floral orange. Okay, now we got some hot glue strands there. Let's get that out of there. Boom, there we are. Yep, now you can see that. Nope, not there. Okay, let's try this. More areas of light in here. And we really gotta crank that up back here. So again, everybody please check out the Paintwater Sommelier just shared some fabulous Rohan and Gondolians. Let me try some of this. Doesn't have quite as much of the yellow in it. Now we got some orange there. Oh, that's boy, Grand Oracle. It took me forever to remember, but I think we've got some of this that will fit on stream or on the camera here. I believe I guess I have to scroll down further here. Maybe I scrolled too far. Where's my there we go. Moria terrain. Yes, we got Moria terrain that we can do. That's the only Moria terrain piece I have that's painted. And I've printed out a bunch of it. So yeah, don't be surprised if you see some of that coming at some point here. It was driving me nuts, Grand Oracle, because when you asked, I was just about to say, oh yeah, we're doing this, and then I just couldn't remember. Let's just say that the brain is not, it hasn't functioned at, well, a moderate level in a while. Forget high level. I've been very much brain dead for a long time. So we've got columns. I've got basically gates and stairways. I've got kind of the broken walkway that obviously from the Fellowship of the Ring. We got that terrain. That's all printed up. Oh, remember Grand Oracle? We were talking about it last night because that with the cadmium orange spray, which of course has no cadmium in it, because that would be the heaviest spray can ever, wouldn't it? Actually, I mean, all kidding aside, Grand Oracle, could you aerosolize that? I don't know if you could break it down into that tiny of a particle to even be able to spray it. I just don't think so. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just it's something that is a near approximation, of course. Nah, that's too much. Take some of that away. And of course, we got that new airbrush in that we'll be playing around with. Now, you think, of course, we think things like, oh, maybe, I don't know, a Balrog or a cave dragon. Those are scary things in Moria. I think that's like the worst thing, the most terrifying thing. Maybe even Alex the cave troll. But of course, we know what really is the most horrifying, bone chilling thing you could possibly run across. Oh, it would be these guys. Ah, so they missed a 2 point conversion. These guys, they made plenty of 2 point conversions. Jette-moi, that says toss me. So apparently you can't toss a dwarf, but you can toss a goblin. Well, that was actually intercepted. You got the pogo stick guy, you got that chainsaw guy. See the guy with the parasol? That was the goblin. That was to mark the goblin that you threw. Now, of course, they wore many hats. They wore berets, standard, but some of them even had top hats that they wanted to be very fashionable. And then, of course, we had a few chefs on the team, and they wore chef's hats. They weren't necessarily the smartest creatures in Middle Earth, because as you can see, he's holding that very toasty baguette with his hand. Now, of course, Charles de Gaulle there with his dapper mustache and his 2-star hat. He was the smartest of the bunch. Now, since we have Paintwater Sommelier here, we also have Francois and Pierre. They were master sommeliers, so stuff like blocking, tackling. Ooh, yeah, that really wasn't their thing. They were not into that at all. So not so much with that, but of course, you got a nice Merlot or something like that. That's more their speed. That's for Francois and Pierre. This was long before the age of 3D printed miniatures. This was before the age of plastic goblins for the most part, which meant I had to take metal goblins, metal trolls, hack them apart, and then do a lot of resculpting. We actually played 2 seasons with those guys. They made the playoffs in both seasons. They averaged almost 3 touchdowns a game. Because we didn't just toss the goblin on offense, we tossed the goblin on defense. Because most people didn't bother to put block on their throwers. So all of a sudden, a goblin with block is a very scary proposition when being thrown at a thrower all by himself in the backfield. Because reasons. So yeah, that's our Moria goblins. They are the mimes of Moria. And of course, I think it was either Grand Oracle or Velfera that did remind us that a mime is a terrible thing to waste. But many of them were wasted on that team. Yes. Some of those little mimes didn't exactly last very long. Continue adding my lighter orange and a few areas of these flagstones here instead of just the edges. And then we'll get back into here and again get some variety on the color of these. I might do that now. Might just do that right now. We were talking about some stuff that had a little bit more of a green, and let's try that. So we got the green and the brown. A little more of our... Okay, there we are. So not just looking to make them lighter, but also some different color. We're going to get some reddish brown flagstones in here. Again, just looking to create some variety in this. No, not up there. I was trying to get at this stone over here. I'm gonna grab me a little bit more of that fast mat white. For a couple more of these stones. Now let's do some that are much more shifted towards the red. Like this. Don't want it to be too close to the core of the wall. That's a little too close. Alright, well, maybe just do a couple. Get with that sort of a reddish tone, and then we're going to get some of that on the doors. And neither one of them is a jar. They're just doors. Get some, okay, didn't need quite that much of the brown. Do some of that here. See, I think the next Hobbit hole we'll do will be the farmer's house, which should be really hilarious. With the livestock, then we'll get the lumberjack house. Then there's another one that's just kind of like a house. I don't think it has a real special theme to it. At least none that I remember. And I was printing that out. Then of course we also have that house from the printing goes ever on. Now that it's pretty big, but I think it would still actually fit on camera, so we might be able to paint that one. That would give us 7 kind of smaller sized Hobbit buildings, and then of course the massive tavern. I swear these walls are taller. Oh, I guess our blacksmith hobbit is very burly for a hobbit. He is one burly hobbit then. Let's see if I can get a little more of the lighter stucco color in here. Then remember, we also did do the cracks on the wall too. I believe that, good, this one's actually on another one of our fabulous Battlecraft supplies holders, so we could try to do some stuff on that. Try to get a little bit of light on the top of this. There's my other dormer. Alright, we'll see you later, Horns fan. Yeah, glad that, I don't know, you have to feel kind of good about the results of today, right? Because, well, 2 of the teams ahead of you, they got zonked. And potentially a third one could fall tonight, so it's that weird, wacky world that we call college football, right, Horns fan? So see you later. Have a good one, and we'll hopefully see you Monday. We won't be painting any Hobbit holes on Monday. We'll be going back to our Japanese IJN ships. at least one aircraft carrier, maybe an aircraft carrier and a either a cruiser or destroyer, something like that, I think might be on offer for our Monday stream. Let me start getting some of this lighter tan in here. It really is just survive. There's no, there might be statement wins, but there's definitely no, well, what would you say, showy win. It's like, okay, fine. You put up 60 on them, or you barely won. I think that we're now in an era where just winning the game is really the important thing. Style points. That's, yeah, I think the days of style points have finally ended. I might just try to throw the lighter stuff over there. I'm going to come back with our darks along the edges of some of this stuff here. Got that going. Now for the darker stuff. Maybe some Van Dyke Brown here, and then I'll go along the edge of right on the edge of the window here, and also these little nails. Can't have too much thinner on them. So it was I was really wondering, well, Wizarro, just like, what I was just talking about, the style points there, winning by 50 or by 60, it doesn't really matter, or by 6. Because I was thinking that would be, that was a substantial margin to have Milrow in the game, right? Taking a wee bit of a chance, leaving Milrow in the game like that. Because, I was just trying to visualize some way how in the world, A, he was in the game to get that 5th one, and B, how they just didn't have, well, basically 12 guys on the field, only just looking at him and not paying attention to anybody else. But the fact that Ole Miss was able to win with 1/3 of a quarterback, the rest of them was pretty much broken. And they lose by a substantial margin too. That also is intriguing, to say the least. And then, of course, Clemson. They go down 2, I believe. The committee's going back to the drawing board this Tuesday. Wouldn't you say, Wizarro? Because everything they drew up last Tuesday, well, that's pretty much fini right now. Because we are at, well, if things stay as they are, that'll be yet another unbeaten team goes down. There's only a couple left. That's it. I'm going to get some of this bluish gray on the nails on our door here. It's really hard to get down there, so we're not going to be doing a whole bunch. You can't really see much down there. I mean, okay, if you got a team like Penn State that I believe managed to win today, or did they have a bye? It's one of those tricky teams where they've won games, but obviously they lost to Ohio, and they could have won that game against Ohio State. Get down here to these nails. Something on the latch. Not out here. Take some of this. How much lighter is this than some of our other stones? Oh yeah, not super light. Not hideously light. Just again another flagstone color here. I mean, I need some of the flagstones later. I just thought they're a different color. Because right here they're all going to be the same. Because of the influence of that forge over there. You can see how we've lost an awful lot of the shininess here now. There was a ton of shiny there before. I'm going to maybe go back away to some of the green. Some of those flagstones back there. Okay, that's a little more interesting now. Okay, I need to also get me some of the orange over here. I mean, just a hint of it. And I gotta tell you, this puro orange has been making this task a lot easier. So we'll definitely have this puro orange out there for other Hobbit holes because it does cut down on time. Again, we've only been working on this thing for 2 hours. 2 hours ago, this had absolutely no paint on it whatsoever. It is a fabulous paint-free object. Let's grab this brush. Wow, there's a bunch of stuff on there. I'm going to take that same orange, maybe a little bit of this lighter version of it. Now I gotta, we're using our fabulous self-painting brushes. Yeah, look at this, see? The brush it's painting by itself. I'm not actually hanging on to it. So we were going to do a Kickstarter. Now the craft brush version was going to be $300 to start with. There's a discount bundle. If you want 2 of them, it's $700. That's the discount bundle there. And the ability level of the brush, because again, they come with different ability levels. So I think we had 5 different ability levels, and it's $100 per ability level. So yes, if you want a self-painting brush with ability level 5, that's going to be $500 extra. And again, we have a very special deal for early birds. If you want 2 of those, it's $1,200. That's Wappleville math right there. All right, let me get some more of this lighter orange up onto this bench or probably workbench or something. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Instagram. We did just do a new post. We did a new post today. That was on one of our great eagles. Oh, there's also a new YouTube. Check out the YouTube channel. There is a new video there where it's just basically a truncated version of the eagle stream. We took that. I think took a 4.5 hour stream, cut it down to about 2 hours. Eventually, we're going to have those Army Showcase vids. I'm going with the darker stuff here. Just imagine if we get enough of this Hobbit terrain painted quickly enough, we'll be having little YouTube Army Showcase videos on our Hobbitses. there. Alright, we'll see you later there, AD. As always, appreciate you being here. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. And AD again, the tribute figure looks sensational. It is a fantastic tribute, of course. And those, it's not the easiest of things to paint, so glad that you were able to do that. Getting a little more of the light of the wood texture on that door. Just a little hint of it right there. Yeah, Michael, now of course they can be specially inscribed. I think something like that is well worth an extra couple of $100. And again, if you order more than one, you can, we have that special deal going on for ordering a discount for more than one. But I mean, what would you? How can you put a true value on a brush that paints all on its own? You don't even have to hold it. The brush just does its thing. To me, that is nearly incalculable. We did come up with a way to calculate it, though, just to make the Kickstarter possible. Maybe I should get a little more of the. Okay, yeah, some of the lighter ones just on the edge of that door. Remember here, not so much, right? Because this would be casting a shadow on that. The anvil here, you know what? That side is still it's still gonna get some of our orange there. And again, we're gonna roll with the pure orange with some of the floral orange. Let me just spin this around here. Not trying to make anybody dizzy. Or am I? Now we're catching a little bit of our lighter orange and on the side of that. The little overhang here keeps bumping into that brush, so we have to get it out of self-painting mode and we have to have it in hand operation mode. It's not as efficient as the self-painting mode, of course. Now the other thing we can do, if we could just take one of these guys, right, pull the pin and chuck that down in there too. Alright, but the other thing I can also do, remember we've got that, where the heck is the roof? Oh, here it is. It's underneath one of our other things there. So there's our fabulous, but we could have that light sitting in the that little part of the forge. Hold it in there with some blue tack or whatever. There we go. I just had to turn that off. You know what? While we're at it, just bear with me here. I'm gonna just slap some of the perline. No, that's not perline black. That is the. Do I actually have any of it left? The Courbet green. Well, I'll just throw some more of the brown in there then. And then we'll make it more of a Courbet green. All right. This is one of the more sizable roofs here. Holy smokes. That's pretty big. And then once we have our static grass and such on there, And the flocking foliage and everything else. We won't really see too much of this. That's why it's mostly keeping it mostly dark. You know, I gotta get me some of that Courbet green out here. And this is the Williamsburg Courbet green, and that was supposed to be a perline black substitute. It's like a warmer, maybe even more opaque version of Courbet, or sorry, of perline black. That's again, perline black used to be a printer's ink. Now it is, well, now it's an artist pigment. Some of our Courbet green, there we go. Smush this around. Like so. Michael, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead. And we also please give Michael Paints Minis a follow, because Michael's going to be painting minis on stream. And Michael, now I know you kind of were trying to do all the equipment and get all that stuff situated. Those overhead camera booms, those are nice, especially the one, I can't remember the name of the company that does it. The fact that it's all just in pieces means it's almost like an erector set. You can make it like just with one vertical pole, make it like 20 feet high practically if you want it, or you can have it only be 1 foot high and be right over your painting area. So lots of different options. All right, I'm just going to take this thing off now. Oh, I'm going to put this somewheres out of the way, maybe over there. Might do a little bit more with their browns on the poles there. I think I might also try to get some of these a little darker. Let me do a look-see at the one we did last night, which of course is dry. Do you see any paint on my hand there? So this is all dry. I can handle it, no problem. You know what? Yes, I think I can. Go a little bit darker there. All right, let's do that. Mostly Van Dyke Brown might just work. That's gonna sharpen up that edge on some of these stones here. Definitely establishes some nice little shadows in there too. Essentially hoping to make the highlight sides lighter without having to actually make them lighter, because when you have dark, then you have more light. And these are some of the things I'm really targeting over here, is this stuff over on the side. Yeah, we kind of lost a little bit of that. Yeah, there we are. Definitely makes that nice and dark. We need to do the same thing over here. There. We are only 2 hours and 15 minutes in, after all. 2 hours, 15 minutes ago, this had absolutely no paint on it. Certainly no source lighting. Now, if you're wondering, okay, why did you bother doing all the object source lighting stuff if you're just going to take that light and put it in there anyways. Well, the light really is more for when essentially we're doing a night scene, which my game board now is set up literally for doing a night scene. Trying to get one more separate. Okay, so now really feeling the separation there. We gotta maybe do a similar thing on the interior stones, because yeah, those are looking very sharp. These are not looking so sharp. We'll sharpen these guys up now. We have to have some thinner on the brush. Again, we're gonna sketch out the edges of these flagstones. But there's no way we can have a death grip on the brush and still reach these things. We have to be able to paint with our hand nowhere near that metal ferrule of the brush. Hashtag caress the brush, do not crush the brush. Getting these rocks off, or the flagstones off to the side. Mostly Van Dyke brown. There's a little bit of the indigo in there as well. I'll be curious to see what that. Yeah, so that definitely looks different than this other side over here. So glad we're doing this. Also, might even put some cracks in the flagstones there too. These need a little definition on them. Now we'll get to this side. These liner brushes, well, all the brushes we use here, they're all synthetic. I haven't used a sable brush in don't know how long. It's probably been years. And this liner brush, as you can see, it holds a ton of paint. But also, again, I can have that light grip on the brush. Goes exactly where I want it to, even with no death grip on the brush. Look at that. Don't have to practically crush it out of existence. How's about we welcome in Drink Your Paint Water. How you doing there? Drink your paint water. Well, now it's a happy Sunday for sure. So thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. We are painting yet another one of our Hobbit holes. This is the first one we did, and that is Bilbo Bananigan's house. You can see we did the glowing hearth and the little windows and everything. Last night we did this one. Looks like Farmer Maggot's house right there. Got the hearth glow. We got veggie tables out there. And look at this. We've got well, I don't know. Maybe it's Bilbo Stabbins' house, because we also did a pumpkin patch. Don't mess with Bilbo Stabbins' pumpkin patch. Look at that. Oh, thanks, Drink Your Paint Water. Appreciate that. It's it has been really, again, this is the third one we've done. We're going to be doing a fourth one very soon. Oh, this is what we were doing. We did a couple of these eagles. Also 3D printed. Now, of course, our ships over here. we did one of these guys. No, we did two different versions of the Issei right here, and we're gonna be doing another one of these on our Monday stream because that's Armada Mondays. So yeah, also painted, literally painted with the same oil paints we're using on this building. We used the heavy gloss gel to create the sculpted waves. I mean, the source lighting is so much fun. Doesn't matter what the color is or even what the genre is, because where's our here we go. Yeah, doesn't matter what the genre is, right? Here's another one we got. Where is he hiding? There he is. So glowy things. So drink your paint water. If you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. We also painted, 11 fell beasts with Nazgul. We painted a Balrog. We painted a dragon. We painted some more of our fabulous Tomb Kings there. We also... Oh, where's our Watcher in the Water? Here he is. Yep, there's the Watcher in the Water. We did the water effects on that with our heavy gloss gel. What is next here? We're going to get some more of our light out here. Let me see. We're going to do this. 1 second. Get rid of that. There we go. Might still get a little bit more of our lighter stuff out here. Now, so drink your paint water again. If you want to share something in the chat, again, whatever you've been doing. I know that you just finished your stream, so you're probably not going to have some pictures of that right now, unless you skedaddle off to that photo booth. But if you got some stuff you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, again, please Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow, and there's some more there on the flagstones. We painted a bunch of other terrain on stream. We painted 3 of these Corsair ships. That's just one of them. We painted an Elven ship, so yeah, that's for our Corsairs. We painted a bunch of the Candish yurts for our Candish forces. And somewhere are my Easterling buildings. Yes, indeed. And we've got many more of those that we have to paint. And we got lots more of those we need to paint up. Not going to add any more, I think, of the light to this wall, at least the white there. Well, I hope that was very fun. Drink your paint water. Again, we've been working with the oil paints. Well, now we're kind of calling it the big 4. Let's just lay them all out here. Instead of doing the 3, then they add there we go. So it's Windsor, Newton, Gamlin, Richardson, Williamsburg. These 3 are pretty much the same when it comes to quality, when it comes to pricing. All good solid stuff. This is going to cost you more because when it says handmade, it is actually mixed and ground by hand. And that there is a qualitative difference. There's also much more pigment in those. So pretty much you do get what you pay for when it comes to the Williamsburgs. You do, I mean, you get some benefits out of that. That extra pigmentation in the paints and stuff, yeah, it does matter. Now here, this is where we're going to take advantage of the oils, because remember, these are FDM style prints, so layer lines everywhere. I am going to take this thinner now, and I'm going to start to modify and eliminate these layer lines. You just can't do this with the acrylics because you can't blend like this with the acrylics. Also, too, the oils, right, they are thinner than water, which means they can actually get down into those layer lines and fill those in. So I hope it was super fun. drink your paint water, and it also worked out very well for you. Let me, you know what? Let me use my little. I don't guess. I guess the water does not catch any. It all ends up in shadow. So okay. Now that is a different story. That is actually gonna get caught a little bit by the orange. I also need to darken this. Might even just use the asphaltum there. With our Van Dyke Brown. Need some more dark on this thing. Part of it is there's a kind of a shadow from the pole there, or the post. Darken this up a little bit. And then this side. I might also try to get a little bit of our indigo onto the shadow side of this. Because it's as much about the color there as it is making it darker. So yeah, this is building number 3. I've got 6 buildings this size printed out. Each one kind of has a different theme to it. I have a gigantic Hobbit Tavern. It's sort of like 4 of these side by side by side, and then 3 more side by side by side on top of that. Now I also again have those little farm field pieces that are printed out, and I've got another. Well, I've got some roads, some rivers, and I've got another Hobbit building that's printing right now as we speak. Actually, it's probably going to finish while I'm doing the stream here. A lot of the stuff that I do on the stream is 3D printed. And of course, the oils really love 3D printed stuff. This is done with Elegoo Black Matte PLA. And the oils just absorb right down into it. And again, the building I was just painting last night, I mean, it hasn't even been 24 hours since I stopped painting this. Actually, it's only been about 20, maybe 20 and a half hours. And this is, as you can see, it's dry because I'm hanging on to it with my hands here and nothing's happening to it. So, yeah, that paint is all dry. And that is 100% oils. That is genuine oil paints there. We use them for miniatures, terrain, for everything. Small scale, large scale, doesn't matter. Whether it's vehicles that are more of a sci-fi sort of a deal, or more of a historical kind of deal. Whatever it is. Trying to get a little bit more of this lighter bluish gray on some of these stones that are. And I also have a blending brush here. I'm just going to take that little tap there to do some blending. That's the other reason why we have less paint on here, and also why it doesn't take so long. Because, let's see, at 2 hours 29 minutes ago, this had absolutely no paint on it whatsoever. None. It was, as we like to call it, a paint-free object. Is that another? Wasn't sure if that. Oh, you know, there's probably another sword or something sticking out there, but maybe the top of it just never printed, or I might have snapped it off. Could be likely, just as likely either way. And if you, oh, that's right, we have our latest Boy, is this now our latest? I don't even know if this is our latest video anymore. I think I've done at least one more since this. But this is actually also oil paints. But as you can see, that's metallics right there. And this is one of our very recent Patreon videos that we did. That is on the Patreon page right now. I've got a whole bunch of experiments that I'm going to be doing with some sculpting, gap filling materials that we haven't really pushed to this degree before. I've got some water effects and blood effects videos coming up. So yeah, it's not just the, well, here's the 1200th way to paint object source lighting. There's a lot of experimentation that happens to the point where I have no idea how it's going to work, or it might not even work at all. I literally try it for the first time. Our newest experiment is with marble dust, because that is what goes into plastic putty. Now we're going to see if we can not only make our own, but do variations on a theme. Right, Denethor? How you doing? Everybody please give Denethor a follow, because Denethor will be, speaking of sculpting, we'll be doing some fabulous sculpting streams at some point here. So give Denethor a follow now so that you are ready when that happens. So Denethor, if you want to share your Discord link, please go ahead. And again, everybody please give Denethor a follow if you could. So Denethor, it's been a fantastic college football Saturday. Chaos and mayhem everywhere. Because another undefeated team just went down. So I think 3 undefeated teams went down today. I don't know if I want to get the lightest of the chimney stuff. Maybe I'll try to make this a little lighter still. So yes, I do believe that BYU goes down to defeat to an unranked Utah team in a rivalry game, which completely it completes the destruction of what the playoff committee put together last Tuesday. Now that is completely annihilated. It also does mean, since pretty much almost all of the unbeatens lost, now it kind of takes some of the sting away from that, because, well, now there's still nobody ahead of you. Right, Doji, how you doing? And of course, Doji, if you want to share your link too, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, this is the blacksmith's house. We've got a we'll do the livestock house next, and of course we'll try and get these critters ready to go. So great to see everybody here. The stream wasn't it wasn't too late of a start. I think it was about a 10:15-ish start or something like that. And this, well, look at that. We've really lost all the shiny there, that's for sure. Maybe a little bit of the green into that too. Everybody please check out that Instagram. It is, yeah, an Instagram link that Doji just posted. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. So Doji, tomorrow is going to be a super, super, super busy day of filming. There's at least parts of 3 different videos that I have to try and film tomorrow. So that's gonna be an active day tomorrow. That's for sure. Just maybe a couple of these flagstones being made a little lighter. Might even use something to do a touch of blending on those. Gonna get some of my yellow, some of the. Nah, that's a little too much of the red. I don't want it to look too much like our firelight there. So we gotta dull that down. No better way to do that than with a wee bit of green. Anything can be a blending brush. So everybody check out that Instagram link again. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures that Doji just shared. And still thinking I gotta get some potted plants in these dormers or whatever. So hopefully your Sunday has been a good one. I don't think you've been doing any more of the outside stuff, any more gardening or anything like that. Although I could be wrong. Where's my... That's what I'm using. There we go. Mix that with our lighter stuff. We'll use our self-painting brush. The brush that you don't even have to hold. It just paints the thing all by itself. See, you don't see my hand on that brush, so yes, we're using the self-painting brush. This little ledge over there of that wood, and we need a little something on this window here. So yeah, I just want to get a little something on the interior here. Hey, there's surface tension. I'm gonna be doing some swimming there. So surface tension, if you want to share anything in the chat, like usual, please go ahead. I'm just trying to grab this roof here. Because I want to very, very, very quickly here just do some stuff here for these stones. These are 3D printed from Miniature Land. They have a ton of fantastic terrain files. They even have things like ships. They have whole pirate fortresses. I've used them for my Harad terrain. So everybody, please check out that Mastodon link. Sorry, that Surface Tension just posted. So Surface Tension, it's been a wild and crazy college football Saturday, just the way we like it. Pretty much almost none of the unbeatens are left. We lost, was it, maybe it was only 2 unbeatens. Oh yeah, I keep counting Georgia as an unbeaten team. No, that's they weren't unbeaten, but they did go down today. Where is a little bit of this? I'm trying to change the, yeah, that's got a little bit of the bluishness to it. I'm trying to get that to match what we have down here, which is a warmer tone. Get you sitting back down on there. We'll come back to this. I gotta let all this stuff set anyway. Also need to get some more of my fast mat white out here. I think, oh no, they're Aegean elves. Never mind. Because Highland Miniatures, I think I got a message from them saying that there's more of the Aegean elves that are ready to rock and roll. So everybody please be like Doji and check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. So also some more fabulous oil painted miniatures. Get some, there we go. Okay, now I can grab this. We'll set that off to the side like that. Link surface tension. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yeah, these are. It's really. I was so hoping that these would fit on here. Oh geez, thanks Grand Oracle. Grand Oracle says, "How's about a Blitzkrieg? They had a Punkrieg. That actually sounds like food. Punkrieg sounds like it sounds like a kolachki or something." Yeah, Doji. Well, that's right. Well, you sent me the picture of some of the acquisitions there. I still, oh geez, I still have to get that Payne's Gray, the Gamlin Payne's Gray, and then the Gamlin. Well, we do have another. We got another tube of this. It's around somewhere. Tomorrow is going to be a super busy day from start till finish, and no idea when it's going to finish. So thank you so much for the bits there. Appreciate that, Grand Oracle. Now, trying to get a little bit more of our lighter stuff on the walls in here. Also, we got a little bit of warmth happening there too. Now I see we're just chucking that on there. We will grab. Where is our blending brush? We'll just use one of these. Boy, sorry, surface tension. I actually have I have a 3D printed bellows. So my apologies that I did not provide the correct props. But yes, there is. I do actually have a 3D printed bellows. Now that I was saving that for the Rohan Blacksmith house there. But yeah, apologies that I don't have the proper setup for the puns. Now, of course, we have to. I wonder if recoil. He'll probably be like the stream last night where recoil will join us. Yeah, not long after you left, their surface tension recoil joined. And I told Recoil that it was quite the insane open mic night in the Wappleville Comedy Club. Well, no matter what surface tension, if we have any kind of issues with that, we can always hammer those out. And of course, I don't know. Streaming is definitely very thirsty work, but if we really need to, we can certainly quench that. I do believe that's known as shots fired there. Yes, indeed. Wow, I can still go light. I can still go lighter. I'm not gonna go that much later, but I was looking at that going, I can actually go lighter than this. Might let a little touch of that work its way down here and then over here. Look at all that darker color that's also gotten on the brush too. Hey there, Nerifel. Nerifel trying to continue the Blitzkrieg. Oh, well that's very sad. That is super sad. That is extremely. that's that's just pure sorrow right there. Oh my gosh. So Nerifel, happy Sunday. There we are. So great to see it. And of course, thank you so much for the bits. Those are appreciated. Super helpful. Just trying to get a little something in there. Fine, I'll try to get a little bit something lighter down here on these stones. You can't really see much of them down there. So I was trying to, oh my gosh, boy, I wish Valfera was here. I tried putting together that stupid curio cabinet thing. Oh my gosh, that is a nightmare. It's not easy to print, and I have no idea how that thing is supposed to go together. I'm gonna have to take a look at the PDF file because there is nothing makes sense whatsoever. I'm not sure how much more I'm going to be fooling around with that. If I had 3 printers or something like that, well, that'd be a different story. But it just takes way too much time away from printing what really needs to be done, which is the terrain. They really need to come up with an easier system for that. So I think I'm kind of done getting any more of these, any kind of storage Kickstarter things. The Omni stuff was a disaster because sadly they only sent me some of the files and still haven't sent me what I actually need to be able to print them out. I can print out the uprights. The rest of it, not so much. Never got sent the files. I think at a certain point it's easier to just, well, since I've been able to find plenty of storage and carrying units for a whole lot cheaper on Amazon, maybe they're not super customized, but time is also money, right? If all you have is one printer, you got to choose what's going to be printed on there. Yeah, that might change if we have 2 or even 3 printers, but for now, in the era of one printer only, I think we're done screwing around with storage stuff. Let's see if I can lighten you up a little bit. Let me take my other one here. Let me see how much do I need to get darker on. Yeah, I think I might do that on some of the flags. So back here, where the or maybe I should go a little lighter on the edges of some of the flagstones up there. But first, I think we might try to darken these down. Also, maybe even get less of a red color in there. Maybe more of a gray. Let me try this. Which means okay, that's way too late. Something like this. So it's not quite so much like firelight back here. So Nerfa, great to see you. Wasn't sure if you've had a chance to do some more painting over the. Well, let me see. Since our Thursday stream. Well, so it's okay. It's okay, Surface Tension, because we are going to be doing a different type of building on our Thursday stream, and then that way you can forge a new pathway. You can forge a new path ahead on that next stream. But of course, you can always use the anvil of creativity to sharpen that wit and humor. Sorry about that, Surface Tension. Normally I leave the puns to other folks, but for whatever reason, well, usually I'm just repeating the ones that you guys are doing. And we'll get a little bit of this on the top of the, well, water here. That's low enough where I think it's not going to catch any of the firelight glow or whatever. Surface 10, we're driving him away. We're driving away. He just might have to bolt for the door. Catch a little bit of light along the edge of that too. Now I'm going to see if I can't. What is happening over here? Because that's just it's not a fantastic orange. Oh, Nere fell. I don't know if you saw, but this has been one of the more extensive experiments in using the Puro orange and object source lighting things. So we're definitely going to be doing that stuff some more. Definitely more experimentation with the Puro orange when it comes to our source lighting, for sure, especially the fiery stuff, because it's the darndest thing. It's a semi-translucent color that paints like an opaque. It's the weirdest thing. Don't quite understand why, but it's how it works. At the top of this door, and then it's the top of some of these nails in here. Okay, I'm just trying to reinforce a little bit of the stuff in the slats here. I guess I better thin that down. There we go. That's what we needed to do. Doji, now you said that was a Series 7? The Puro Orange in Williamsburg. I'm sure you're going to like that way better. Let me know what you think of the opacity of it. Because the one nifty thing about the Richesons is that it's the actual paint that's on the label. So yeah, Williamsburg and Richeson. So that stripe that you see along the top, that's the actual paint. That's not just some weird, stupid printed thing which does nothing. But look at that. That is most definitely translucent compared to that. They're both rated. So semi-opaque. But you can see the difference between the two. But when you get that on the surface, that actually ends up being very opaque. It's the darndest thing. I have no idea. It's just kind of how it worked out. Taking some of this dark here. It's gonna go down in there. So see you later, Doji. Thank you so much for. I know it's a busy day, super busy day. So you have yourself a good one. Now, actually, what I think I am gonna do is I gotta get this stuff off of my hand. You can't really see it, but I didn't realize this. There's actually, see those holes there? So that in the beginning, when I did all of my glaze stuff and here, all that stuff kind of leaked through, and as you can see, it got all over me. Hey, there's Space Toy. How you doing? So Space Toy, while I do my I'll be back screen here, why don't you post some of your stuff in the chat there? Give everybody, please give Space Toy a follow. So don't go anywhere. We shall return. I just got to get some of that stuff off of my hands because that will just transfer and get all over the place. So don't go anywhere. I shall return. So looks a little bit different. Again, all it took was just a little bit of the warm water, dish soap, all gone. Oh, that sounds really cool there, Space Toy. Again, you want to share any links to that in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, that sounds really, really nifty. I still haven't actually painted a flat. Well, we're going to be doing stuff that's flat, only a little different. There's going to be some Christmas ornaments. Yes, we got to get back to our ornaments. So great to see you there, Space Toy. Can appreciate you being here too. We get, and we'll mix those two together. You know what? Not so much of the red, more of the brown, less of the red. Hit it this way with, again, some of that lighter brownish red. See if I can't sneak some of that down in here too. Ah, there we go. Blending brush. We'll use this for a blending brush, because reasons. Ah, that sounds really cool. There's surface tension. That sounds very cool. What are we doing here? More of this light. I got... yeah, I gotta get some of that over here. I do have another... Oh, the one nativity scene that I printed out. We'll have to paint that this Christmas season. And then we'll paint our planetary ornaments too, because, you know, of course, our best planet. This will be our New Year's stream as always when we span the globe with our New Year's Eve celebration. Surface tension. I gotta get these out because I have to do the rest of these as well. That's right. Because I have a couple of nativity scenes that we need to get the rest of those painted. Alright, we'll move it this way and some that way. Get some more of our light on this window frame here, or it's dark, sorry. It'll make that look lighter by making this darker. Hit the top of this edge again. This one too. And over the top with it, there, like that. You know what? Probably should get a little more light on those things. So there you go. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Space Toy just shared. Some really nifty miniatures. Go check that out. You'll be glad that you did. Actually, now Space Toy, have you had any chances to stream at all lately? I wasn't sure. Because I know I used to see streaming stuff like the bust or those really larger scale things. I would see those being streamed. Here, let me get some of the... Again, that's that pure orange. There. Maybe a touch more of it. Right, again, look at it. We're at 2 fingers on that brush. That's it. I have to sneak this brush in between those 2 posts to somehow do that. Now I think I need to start making some of that dark. Let me see if this will work. I think it does. I think that works. Here, let's get some more of the Van Dyke brown. That's gonna go over there into that corner. Some of the asphaltum, perhaps. Okay. You know what? Might even also do this stuff here, because that's virtually in shadow anyhow. No problem, there's space to it. I know, well, like with Drax, geez, I still have to shoot Drax a message. It is still, even after now several months, it's still weird not to see Drax streaming at this time. Heck, I don't even remember when Avocado Kids used to be streaming. I gotta shoot Avocado Kids a message. Well, that is even if Avocado Kid still has his Instagram going. I know it can be a difficult thing if you're still trying to do your regular work and stream and everything else. That's not the easiest thing to do. We need a little more, I guess, separation of this stuff over here. I thought I had that pretty well separated. Well, we're also going to throw some flock onto that to kind of give it a little bit, almost like a bit of a mossy look to it as well. Let me get that chimney back on here so I can do a little something on that. Because I think, yeah, now the glaze stuff that we did has had a chance to settle a little bit. So now I can take some of the warmer gray, start putting some of that on here. Like this. We got the cooler gray kind of underneath it, right? Already there. That's from the spray paint. Where's my... this is what I've been using down here. Okay. So let me try to get in some of this lighter stuff first, then we'll have to come back with some of our darks too. But the other thing this is I'm trying to do here with this is get rid of a few of the layer lines, because that's the another thing that the oils do super well here. Is going to get down into those layer lines. Thanks, Space Toy. This is actually our third one. Here's our first one with with Bilbo Bananigans, no less. So that was our first one. Last night we did a pumpkin patch plus this one right here with some vegetables on there. And then we also did the pumpkin patch all like that. So yeah, it's been very, very fun doing these. These are now the buildings. These are 3D printed from Miniature Land. The pumpkin patch, that is from Conquest Creations. So our next stream is going to be painting some more of our 1/1800 scale ships, but the Thursday stream most likely, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, will involve painting more Hobbit terrain. Because I want to have that that whole board ready to go so that I can film it Army Showcase video. Now that'll be something that I put up on the YouTube channel. Let me get this side of the chimney here. Again, that is a warmer gray that we're trying to make here with enough thinner to fill in those layer lines. That's going to be very fun. Space toy. And for all kinds of wild skin tones and such, you really cannot beat the oils, that's for sure. Space toy, geez, I don't know if you even had a chance to see any of the fell beasts and Nazgul and everything else that I've been painting on the stream. In the month of October, we painted the Necromancer, a couple of werewolves, a Balrog, the Watcher in the Water, a Cave Dragon, 11 Nazgul and Fell Beasts, a couple of partridges and pear trees, and then also a half a dozen goblins. Also a Tomb King chariot. And then of course the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. We painted those. We painted a Kathy figure on the 29th on the Kathy's birthday stream. Yeah, let me lighten this top part up here a little bit. I'm going to back up a little bit. Okay, wow, that really does, that really fills in those layer lines. First really discovered this on those Candish yurts. We made that also into our courser ships, right? Finding out just how we can eliminate the layer lines that you normally see in FDM prints, making those layer lines go away. That's all FDM printed stuff there. But what we'll be painting on our next stream on Monday is going to be some more of these fabulous 1800 scale ships. So little different flavor from the Hobbit holes or even the Eagles. Now again, that's the latest video that I put up on the YouTubes there. And it's a Nazgul in a pear tree. Sounds like a Nazgul trying to get the ring in Hobbiton or something like that. Oh yes, that's right. Speaking of things, I've been asking folks if GW, since it was a Saturday, if GW chose to use that Saturday to make any kind of announcement about MESBG. Needless to say, not super thrilled with what's been going on with that. It's okay, it's all good because we were going to be doing our own thing anyway. As far as streaming the stuff or streaming the games live here on the channel, since, well, we wanted to do Middle-earth War at Sea. There are no rules for that. So and of course we want to make it into a whole campaign, right, using the War of the Ring board game as strategic AI. So yeah, we're going to be altering that anyhow. So it really doesn't impact necessarily what it was I wanted to do here. Let me see if I can darken this down, but we are going to be getting some of our voice up. But yeah, now we can really see the chimney here. We can also see now that these two parts of it, they pretty much line up now. One had a much cooler color than the other. Now they both have the same level of warmth on them. Glad that you got a chance to see some of those Space Toy. Yeah, we did two versions of the Dark Marshal, two versions of the Knight of Umbar. We did actually paint another Witch King. We did the Undying, the Dwimmerlick. And then two eagles. Surface tension, they haven't done anything with the new rules, but they wiped out 100 miniatures and profiles. They wiped out the Kandish army, the Harad army, the Far Harad army. They wiped out, what was the other thing? Well, they wiped out a whole bunch of Khazad-dûm stuff. They wiped out Mordor stuff. They wiped out all of the named ring rates. So all that stuff that basically everything I've been painting over the last, I want to say 5 or 6 months has all been eliminated from the game. So that's why we're just gonna say, well, looks like it's time to. Oh, we call it. Remember, we SBG. So it's Wappleville, Middle Earth SBG. So yeah, instead of me SBG, it's we, because we will be determining our own futures here. Yeah, and they tried to use things like, well, we had to. That's not in the books. Well, then why is stuff that's not in the books still there? Well, some of these are older profiles. We got to get rid of them. All the done lendings too. Yeah, that went away. And that stuff's not old. I mean, the done lending Forge World figures 2 years ago max. So yeah, the things they're saying like, oh well, we did it because a little bit of a consistency issue, perhaps. Yes, and actually, I think Balin's expedition is one of the things that they kind of wiped out, which is extra weird because that is literally mentioned in the movies many times. Now, love me the Easterlings, it's my favorite army, but there's a whole bunch of Easterling stuff that is not in the books or the movies, yet that continues. Obviously, those must sell a whole lot better. Nope, Artemico. They took out a whole bunch of Harad stuff. Basically all of Far Harad is wiped out. Kandish's stuff is gone. No more Great Beast of Golgoroth, no more named ring rates. No more Blackguard of Barad-dûr. There's other orc heroes that are gone. I mean, the list is up there on the GW site or whatever. But yeah, basically 100 profiles are gone. So that. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do my little bit of lighter dry brush here just to make these two things mesh together. What can fine, I'll just use some of that. Let's just use a little bit of that, and then let's do this here. So half trolls are gone. Hasharan are gone. The the merchant guard. All that Harad stuff is gone. So yeah, check your armies. You might not have one anymore. I just need to get a little bit of this on. Again, everything else is just going to be covered with the flock and such. I just want to make these reasonably close here. That's all. Alright, this can go... Wait a minute. Let me push this over here. And I'm going to get some of the dark down in here. And that is definitely something that it makes... it wouldn't be unheard of, right? Surface tension for that to be the case. Now, again, if they were just getting rid of that, okay, this is a 30-year-old metal figure, okay, but again, some of these are only a couple of years old, and now they're gone. All right, now we got that pretty much set. I think we're good to go there. So I'm just gonna get this out of the way here. And I'm thinking that this one I did go lighter with the... Yep, we'll go a little bit lighter with our yellow. I also want to get some of the... Put in some of the cracks and the stucco up here too. Which brush did we use? I think it was this one. Well, we don't have any dark paint on there, so I'm doing the light stuff. Take some of our white over here. Floral orange. Little bit of the Indian yellow. Just mixing this up. I think it's also a little bit on the thicker side. That looks like, we did get reasonably light here along the edges of these flagstones already. This is another thing I was speculating I might want to hit with some light here. This is the edge of that anvil. Haven't really done anything with that. No, more of the... There we go. Let's get that along this pole here. Some more of it on those rocks. I'll see you later. Stay safe, and that uniquely Welshian gray and wet surface tension. Hope you have a great stroll with the hound there. Hopefully we see you on your Tuesday. Again, take care. Have a great one. You know what? There's another thing over here. Let me... guess so. Now let me use this brush. Other side of the anvil here. That is... Need maybe a bit more of a shadow. Okay. So roll with that. So see you later, surface tension. Thanks again for being here. So, no, I'm still going to try and get a little bit more of the lighter orange out here. Let me just get my, break this down. It's been a little while since we messed with this stuff. I think the other weird thing about the pure orange is that it seemed to, well, it seemed to dry a whole lot faster than I expected. Now, that could be because of the other colors we're mixing in with it. I really am just using a straight up, oh yeah, it's just this color. Normally, there's a lot of stuff mixed together. Let me catch the edge of that a little later too. The other interesting thing is when you do get something like even the, well, I think if it was maybe more like radiant yellow or whatever, that pure orange does not go pinkish in quite the way that some of the other stuff does. Now up here, let me just use this brush so things don't get too beat up. I'm going to take the pure orange, and that's some of the Naphthol Scarlet. Yeah, okay there. Around the perimeter here of the forge, I'm just trying to tone down some of this. Maybe we'll go a little more thinner in there even. Pushing that all the way into the back. Okay, that's about all I can do with the forge there. I suppose I could do a little something on this part of the anvil. Yeah, we'll go with something like that. I also I'm gonna take this first. Wow, that got darker quicker. Let me try some of this. Ah, there we go. Okay. Because that can't just have no value to it. We gotta have a little something there. Even though it is in shadow, we gotta have something there. Hey, Blades. How you doing? Sorry I didn't get to join in on your stream earlier there, Blades. Which was probably about 12 hours ago. Or maybe longer. Everybody please give Blades81 a follow. And of course, Blades, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Oh, there we go. Here we are. Yeah, now we're getting some nice little cracks there in our stucco. Yeah, Blades, I was thinking Saturday, that is not a usual Blades kind of day right there. Oh, now Blades, I don't think that Monster Den is going to be doing the Council of Miniature Painters this month, is he? I mean, I suppose, gosh, would that be like the 29th or no? It'd be like the 30th? Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It'd be, well, there is no, I don't think there's a November 31st. So it would have to be something like the 23rd? I guess maybe he could do Council of Miniature Painters this month. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Blades just posted, and please give Blades81 a follow too while you're at it. Yeah, I was thinking, I keep forgetting that Thanksgiving is just super, super, super late this year. You know what? That one didn't work. It's like really straight up and down. I'm just gonna. Oh, no wonder. That's why. Because there's already a whole bunch of texture there. So we're just gonna do that, and we're gonna do something different. Maybe have a crack that comes from, say, the ceiling and goes this away. Maybe, I don't know, something like that. Blades, they were, wow. The puns were just unbelievable while we were doing this house last night. Yeah, there was some serious puns going on, but we, especially when we started doing this, because we were painting this here pumpkin patch, and Bilbo Stabbins was guarding that pumpkin patch somewhat fiercely. Yes, indeed. I'm pretty sure I saw that Pun Expected was streaming. I gotta send Pun a message, and hopefully Pun is doing okay. We got ourselves another late stream from Rottweiler. How you doing there, Rottweiler? Everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. So Rottweiler, yes, indeed, we promised. We promised the Blacksmith Forge, and that's what we're doing here. I will zoom out so that we can see a little bit more of it there. There's your Blacksmith Forge. Let me get. Now we have been doing some more painting on that too. So there we go. There's the roof of it right there. And this is the building we did last night. You saw this one right here. So yeah, that's another fabulous Hobbit hole in addition to this one that seems to be the home of Bilbo Bananigans right there. So everybody, please give Rottweiler a follow. Rottweiler, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Of course, it's been a marvelous college football Saturday with mayhem galore. Hashtag no more unbeatens. Well, except for Oregon and Indiana. Because another one of the unbeatens, BYU, was knocked out by, well, an unranked team. It was a rough day for Georgia. So it is chaos and mayhem in the college football playoff picture. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. Well, then that's very appropriate, right? It's all the more appropriate then for Bilbo Stabbins to be guarding that pumpkin golem. Now, so Blades, I have to start looking up recipes. Again, this is a cuisine channel after all. I have to start looking up some bread recipes that involve fromage. Yeah, some delicious fromage in our bread. I'm not putting fromage in the pancake mix, but I do have that pancake mix, which I might try to make tomorrow, maybe. Because there's no such thing as too much fromage, right, Blades? Yeah, this is a cuisine channel. Recipes are definitely, well, recipes and puns. I sort of had to provide the punnage here for a few folks were having some trouble coming up with some puns, so I had to furnish those myself. Now, we don't have recoil here today, so recoil usually specializes in limericks. So, Rottweiler, how have you been liking the late night streams? Yes, you've entered the twilight zone that is Wappleville now with your late night streams. Well, I've got a big old chunk of paint on the end of that brush. We're going to try and get rid of some of that first. No, 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 that should be more in shadow. And here, maybe we will kind of make it look like we've got some kind of ripples in the water here. Just for whatever. Also, too, that might get darkened down a little. Let's tone that down. We can do that. Maybe with this brush. Oh, geez, thanks, Blades. Appreciate that. Thanks. Let me try to get some of this up here. Now, I wasn't sure, if you will. Speaking of Thanksgiving, obviously Canadian Thanksgiving was a while ago, but I wasn't sure if you were going to try and be making it down here. I think, I could swear you said that February was your next trip down here. My brain has not been functioning at a high level or even a low level here lately, so my apologies if I'm spacing on that. Hey, Fuzzy, nice to see you back. Happy Sunday. Sunday fun day. I hope that you are doing fantastic. December, okay. Well, Blades, I suppose just, after the bit of a fracas trying to arrange the last thing, it's, well, you coming here probably is the safest bet. I don't want to do too much with this green over here because we are going to be doing the flock and foliage. So that might be all we need to do there. So thank you so much, amazing. Appreciate that. It's been super fun. I actually have, again, it's not quite like these, but the Conquest Creations, his version of a Hobbit house. I've got some hay bales printing out now. On the next, probably next Thursday, in addition to the Hobbit hole, we've got some livestock here that we're probably going to try to prep, because it is almost like a little Hobbit barn sort of a thing. So it'd be fun to maybe have that in addition to just the building itself. So Fuzzy, and these of course also too are some of the cheapest ones to get. So things like indigo, Van Dyke brown, phthalo green, Prussian blue, Indian yellow, Mars black. Those are some of the more important ones, and fortunately those all tend to be, well, Series 1. Now, different paint manufacturers, sometimes those prices are going to be different. And of course, if you're in the US and you can get the Gamlin colors, well, the Fast Matte White is definitely preferable to the garden variety titanium white, that's for sure. Definitely avoid zinc white. Don't, it's a trap. That is definitely a trap. You don't want to be getting that. And of course, you want to get your high quality odorless thinner, like what we got here. Speedball is the primary brand, and then Mona Lisa kind of the sub-branded for cleaning the brushes. Yes, we don't use thinner to clean the brushes, only to thin the paint. Look at that, it works for acrylics, it works for oils, it's not hazardous, it's got no vapors. Don't want to drink it, but again, we'll have like a tiny little water bottle of thinner. That's it. That's all we got. You can say we've pretty much run through that. And then you got the brush cleaner, which means you do not have to worry about all kinds of nasty, again, fumes or smells that people always are talking about. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that. Don't have to worry. Grand Oracle. What was the color? I can never. Was that the Pale Rose Blush? Grand Oracle. Jeez, I don't even know if I can reach out. There it is. Yeah, that was a Pale Rose, which we used one time. I want to know what Pigment Violet 19 is, because 23 is dioxazine. I don't think I can. I don't think it's going to be easy for me to find. I was thinking the Cobalt Violet that I've got, but that's probably buried somewhere. Yeah, I don't think I can really reach that very easily. Oh, I never. We gotta get some stuff going on over here. Down around there. Maybe we'll try doing some darker stuff here first. Well, we've got Quinacridone Magenta, which is Pigment Red 122. Now, I don't know if Quinacridone Violet is Quinacridone Magenta mixed with Dioxazine Violet. But yeah, I don't know. Not familiar with Violet 19. Again, Dioxazine Violet, that's the only one I've ever really known the pigment number of. Of course, pigment numbers, as we know, they are tricksy and they are false. Because Burnt Sienna and Terra Rosa are both Pigment Red 101. That's it. They couldn't be more different from each other. Burnt Umber and Raw Umber are Pigment Brown number 7. And they don't look anything like each other. And I mean, not only do they not look alike, one is lighter, one is darker, one is much more translucent, the other one tends to be more opaque. Ah, that sounds cool there, Denethor. Yeah, Denethor, I'm hoping that I can conduct my experiment with the marble dust tomorrow. We'll see if it works out that way. And try and get me some of the dorks up here. And again, Denethor, if you want to share your sculpting links again in the chat, please go ahead. And I do believe, Blades, you're able to get your Instagram linked up there too in the chat for folks to see. This also will need a little bit more of our orange here. Okay, yeah, this didn't make much sense to have this be all dark over here. So that should be very interesting. So yeah, Denethor, can't wait for you to get to start doing your streams and doing all the nifty sculpting stuff. I think that's going to be a real blast to see. Now that has way too much yellow. We are switching that over to some of the orange as well. Yeah, that was practically yellow right there. So yeah, I think I can point out there's at least 14 or 15 colors that I know of that are all basically just Pigment Red 101 and nothing else. It's insane. You really wouldn't think it would go down quite like that. And of course, along comes a Denethor and says, well, now, I kind of like this house here. When you get it, it's already on fire. Thanks, Fuzzy. Appreciate that. I really can't wait to get all of these. And again, the giant tavern, which is 4 of these pretty much side by side by side. And then the second floor is probably about 3 of these side by side by side. Just absolutely massive. And that should be super cool. Of course, we'll get our little hobbitses in there. Oh, thanks, Uber Coffee. Appreciate that. Welcome, Uber Coffee. Glad to see you. Thank you for joining us here. Grand Oracle. Remember we were talking about, especially with the Williamsburg stuff, that it's probably ground much. Well, it's ground by hand, right? So that's going to make a difference. Whether it's cooked or not, right? And this one. So the Van Dyke Brown that has the charred animal bones in it, right? The amorphous charred animal bones, which is why the Payne's Gray from Williamsburg, which has there you go, amorphous carbon produced by charring animal bones. That gives it that extra zip there. Thanks, Uber Coffee. Denethor. You know what's interesting is that none of my Lord of the Rings sculptors have done Gandalf on a cart. They've done all the other Gandalfs that you pretty much try to do, but no Gandalfs on cart. Now, eventually they'll get around to it because, well, they're gonna need sculpts. So yeah, I think eventually they will get around to that. So Uber Coffee, here's the first. That is the first one that we did on Thursday. Then our stream yesterday was this one. Alright, and now this is number 3. And of course, well, we like doing all kinds of colors of source light. Right, where's our, well, here's Schmandoff. Speaking of Gandalf, there's Schmandoff right there. And actually, again, we've done our ships. Like our Corsair, did 3 of those. We did the Elven ship. We've done a bunch of the Candish yurts. And then we did 5 different Easterly buildings on stream. That's just a 3-story building there. I have one that I printed out that is quite literally about 4 times as, actually more like 5 times the size of that thing. It is gargantuan. So Grand Oracle, it's basically, well, and where is that? I prefer that to the Heretico as it is. I actually prefer that to the Williamsburg Indigo, because the Williamsburg Indigo has some shininess to it. So yeah, I actually kind of prefer the Payne's Gray to the Williamsburg Indigo. So Uber Coffee, these buildings, these are 3D printed. Most of the miniatures are 3D printed. However, we do enjoy doing some sculpting here. Now let me actually get these ships out of the way so that I can get to this. We sculpted a bunch of different things on stream. We did sculpt this. This was super fun. So yeah, that was when we did a little Aowen sculpt right there. We also sculpted some eagles. We also sculpted a great beast of Golgoroth. And actually, we sculpted this too. Yeah, we sculpted the building. We sculpted the guy on top. Where's our our lizard men here? Oh, we also built a whole bunch of terrain pieces. Yeah, we built a bunch of these terrain pieces here. Yeah, all made out of foam. We actually made those on stream. Hey, Grogu, nice to see you again. And this is all entirely sculpted as well. Grand. The well, I didn't realize at the time those are great beasts of Golgoroth that are hauling that around, which is another reason. Yeah, they're saying, "Oh, we're getting rid of the great beast of Golgoroth because it's not in the movies." It is. They actually do show two of them. So yeah, Uber Yeti, I don't, sadly don't get very many opportunities to do the sculpting thing, but we actually did sculpt at least two great eagles on stream. And of course, you can go back and watch all of those because everything is saved as a highlight. So you can go back and watch any stream. So great to see you there, Grogu. Happy Sunday. Appreciate you being here, of course. I'll get some more. Yeah, here, let's get a little bit more of our dark down over into the chimney here, which again, we are going to throw some of the some moss stuff on there too. So Uber Yeti, or sorry, Uber Coffee, lots of folks are doing the sculpting stuff. We're all hoping here that the technology becomes much less expensive, where we can sculpt in standard materials like green stuff, epoxy sculpt, such and such, and then scan it, do a digital scan of it, a 3D scan, and then bring it into the STL realm, and then make it so that we can sculpt something and then print it without having to try and cast it or anything like that. So actually, it is going to offer at a certain point a very nice option for some sculptors. And of course, well, Denethor, but of course, there are those of us that just absolutely love sculpting with green stuff, sculpting with epoxy sculpt. I actually will be doing that because I actually have to sculpt another Aowen. So we'll be breaking out the epoxy sculpt and the green stuff again, so that we can sculpt another Aowen. Let me grab maybe this to do some blending right here on that. Yeah, okay. We've also been using the AI to be able to figure out color schemes for armies. That's really definitely come up aces for sure. We were able to come up with the idea for our entire Galadrim army using the AI, our Conquest army, our Nords, and then we also used AI to generate some ideas for Easterling buildings, which then we used that to, wait a minute, we passed it up there, and then we use that to actually paint the buildings, just again to get the ideas, see if that's going to work out. We did that too with the werewargs, which then was done by hand onto the werewargs. Yeah, that's amazing. I was hoping to be able to kind of do that initial sculpting and then maybe be able to make different versions of it. Right, so you make one head but then maybe you make different hairstyles. So the thing could actually be, like a modern day figure with one hairstyle, and then maybe something more like a barbarian with another style. I think Uber Coffee, one of the other things you can do, of course, is to use, there's all different versions of these lights, but you can use this. And what it kind of does is help you figure out, okay, where would this light be hitting? Does it hit over here? Where does it go? You can even, again, there's tons of different colors. You can take your phone, right, shine that light on there, take a picture, and now you've essentially got yourself a nice little reference. And again, you can just get those on Amazon super, super cheap. And then again, they also work very well if you want to, again, illuminate your terrain like what we try to do here. So let me see if we can get this going here. 1 second. Let me get my Instagrams. Okay, here we are. And that is for something like that. So you can see there's our Rohan terrain. And we've used those little lights to illuminate the insides of the building. So that's what it looks like basically in daylight hours. And that's what it looks like now at night. So there's lots of fun things you can do with all these. There's lots of different tools and different things that we can utilize to make fun terrain, whatever. We'll be doing the same with our Hobbit holes here. So I'll be putting the lights in there if we're going to do a scene of Hobbiton at night. We'll do the exact same thing for them. That's the brush I'm looking for a blending brush here. There. And we're working on all this stuff, all the miniatures, all the terrain, so that eventually we can live stream our games of MESBG, or as we'll call it here, WeSBG, because that's going to be strategy battle game in Wappleville. Thanks, Uber Coffee. Appreciate that. And now Monday we're going to take a little different direction with the stream because it's Armada Mondays, which means we're going to be painting more 1/1800 scale ships. I'll be prepping some of those tomorrow too. And I guess who knows if I end up getting a copy of Victory at Sea, then we could play that too. So it'll be probably starting, I want to say 10 o'clock on Monday, Central Time here. What time is it now? It's 2:30 in the morning here, depending on how long we go. But generally Mondays, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, those are streaming days here in Wappleville. Yeah, right now, yep, it's 2:30 here. It's so Blades, hopefully you'll be able to get back to sleep out there, because it's 3:30 in the morning there. But we'll still be probably stream if we start at 10. we'll still definitely be streaming at 1, 2 in the morning for sure. I mean, again, it's 2:31 in the morning here. And like Grand Oracle says, all of the Twitch streams are available as highlights. I still don't know why other streamers don't do that, right? Where they don't take their, because all you got to do is just go into your video producer on your Twitch channel and turn stuff into highlights. You can save everything. You don't have to be a partner. Now, obviously, I guess they do it automatically. But of course, there's no thumbnails. It's not that hard to make a thumbnail. You literally just take a picture of what you painted, and that could be your thumbnail. You don't even have to do text and everything else like I do on mine. Alright, we did it. I'm actually gonna... Oh good, we still have our water over here. I'm gonna restore our not blackest black over here. Get a little bit more of the water into that so it flow. There we go. So this is what is this from? Liquitex or whatever. This again, not the Stuart Semple stuff. Stuart Semple stuff is well, it's not rugged. I usually do primer, then this, then the blackest black on top of this, and it tends to last a whole lot longer. Okay, there we go. That's been restored now. And I think we still have a fair amount of that blackest black. The most expensive base rim painting material ever, right, Grand Oracle? Boy, the other thing about the Courbet green is it actually has a little bit of grit to it, whereas the Perline black is definitely much more of a smoother type of a finish. Yeah, I know it's getting to be, well, later for you too out there, Grand Oracle. Again, I'm just going to throw a little bit of the deeper green here. Most of the static grass stuff is going to cover that, and the flock and foliage and stuff, but I just want to have a little suggestion of it there at least. Let me do this. So yeah, I have to take the, well, I don't know, it's probably best that those just stay closed anyway. But I have to, at some point, try the paperclip thing and see if that's going to work to use as a hinge on these doors. Let me add maybe a little bit more of the orange over here. Again, this is that Puro orange. It essentially performs that same kind of role that the cadmium scarlet did. Now, of course, I suppose they're about the same cost, so yeah, you're not really saving much as far as money goes using the Puro orange versus the cadmium scarlet. But I think also, because this still does actually have some translucency to it, you can do some more tinting with it. Yeah, Grand Oracle, what was it? It was last week, was it earlier this week that I didn't get to bed till 8:15 in the morning? I mean, that was, I thought, okay, getting to bed at 7 a.m. or 7:30 a.m. on a regular basis was getting to be oldie smokes. Yeah, doing that at 8 something o'clock. Let me see. I don't think I can reach the cadmium scarlet, but I think you'd have to say that it's definitely got to be on the warmer side. But the thing is that wee bit of translucency, that's the key thing there. Actually, Grand Oracle, you should experiment mixing that with the zinc white. I'd actually be kind of curious to see what would happen. Because the zinc white not being like a titanium white could be an interesting result. You know what, I never really did get any of the orange on that part of that wall. That starts to make a little more sense. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I'll never forget when you found that chart of the drying times. Again, I mean, it was a sword, not the biggest surprise on the Egyptian violet, but the big shocker was the Indian yellow, which, holy smokes, that takes forever. Now, out here on the perimeter, I'm trying to do, okay, well, a little bit of our asphaltum get in there too. I'm trying to put some coals out here that are not quite as roasty toasty, maybe as the ones in the central part of the forge here. Trying to make that a little bit darker down there in the corner. I think we got a little bit of the orange reflecting on that beam. We don't want to mess around with that anymore. I think we're good here-ish. Put that roof back on here. And I'm going to try to get a couple more of the lighter. Well, I suppose I should get some more fast mat weight out there if I want to do that. It's the gambling stuff here. There you go. Guess I could have done that with the ice blue. I forgot all about that. Alright, let's try this here. Well, that is definitely a lot lighter. Wow, yeah, that really... I didn't know I could get quite that much more light on those... the rocks there. Let me I'll use this as a blending brush again, just because, even though there's already other paint on there. There you go. So yeah, I guess I'll have to, I don't know, I guess, what is it, the Warhammer Online newsletter or something like that? I'll have to look at that and see if there is actually any genuine ME-SPG news, although there'll probably be YouTube videos on that. Needless to say, all of my YouTube recommendations were for College Football Live. Yeah, or for NFL games that haven't happened yet. There was not a whole lot of recommendation for ME-SPG stuff. This thing. Yeah, this is not pure white either. Yeah, this seems very light. That's actually more like a kind of a light pale green right there. There's a little different blending brush. Okay, there we go. Fuzzy just trying to make each area have about the same level of rendering. You know, you basically you take it and you try to say, okay, yeah, if we're gonna have this light over here, well then this might have to be a little darker. Or if we're gonna have this much focus in this area, we should have it over in this area, right, Bithron? Great to see you again there, Bithron. Geez, I hope that your work hasn't gotten you too exhausted there, Bithron. Yeah, Bithron, I'll try to shoot you some pictures tomorrow of some of the terrain stuff that I've been printing out that you haven't seen yet. Sorry I haven't been able to shoot you as many messages. My apologies. And of course, Fuzzy, there's at a certain point, there's you just have to say, well, okay, we could keep doing this for many, many, many hours. But you also have to say, will it actually show up? Will you be able to see what it is that you're doing? If it's something that's only going to be on camera, and, well, say like one of those gameplay videos or whatever, that's where you might just say, you know what? It's just not going to be visible. There's no point to it. And just like Grand Oracle says, perfection is the enemy of completion. Yes, indeed. It is the mortal enemy of completion, right? So, Bithron, I wasn't sure if you've had really a chance to work on any of your stuff there at all, or is it just more assembly stuff? So, okay, like here, the other thing too is I have to sometimes, because we don't want to be hasty little hobbitses, I have to wait for, like this here, so this lighter color that I just put on the chimney, if I had tried doing that even as much as an hour ago, it probably would have just really just bounced off. Whereas here, the paint that's already on there has had a chance to set, and it's much easier to get the new applications on. So yeah, Bithron, all of the roofs come off. And this is the one we did last night. That's last night's. This is the one we did on Thursday. And look at that, Bilbo Bananigans is already hanging out there. Look at that. And then we also did one of these pumpkin patches from Conquest Creations. So we've got, well, 6 of these buildings from Miniature Land. We also have the gigantic tavern, which is about the size of all 6 of these put together, maybe even more. Then now I have another building that should probably be printed by now. Also more hay bales, and that's just our Hobbit stuff. Again, we are printing out every environment in Middle-earth. We've printed out Fornos, Dol Amroth, Minas Tirith, Minas Morgul, Osgiliath. We'll start printing out Dale, and I was at Lake Town. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Oh, that's thanks for Grand Oracle for sending the link to the Hobbit terrain. I've been trying to remember that since the stream started, Grand Oracle, to say, hey, thanks for sending that link again. Yeah, Bithron, looking forward to seeing all of these buildings out there again. That Hobbit Tavern, it's basically like 4 of these. The ground floor is like 4 of these side by side by side. And then imagine about 3 more of these side by side by side. That's the upper floor. Oh, we also have Rivendell. We have a giant, a giant Lothlorien board. We have Fangorn Forest. What is? Oh, the Dead Marshes. We have a bunch of Moria terrain that we're going to start to try to paint. So far, we only have ever painted one Moria piece, and that is this one right here. And that was the that forge. That was actually from our imprintable terrain, I think. So we're gonna have to print up some more, or not print up, but paint up some more. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I think the customizability of it. So kind of think of it this way, Grand Oracle. You know, think of this as kind of the getting started terrain. Some of this stuff just to have some kind of terrain that matches the description. Once that's we can kind of backfill it then with this much more customized, much more kind of precise terrain eventually. So the Lothlorien board is going to be basically imagine Middle Earth in the sky, because all of the fighting is pretty much going to take place in the trees. And oh, I will be printing out more of the RM printable terrain. Or no, sorry, the Asgard Rising trees like this that have the spider webs in them. That's what I gotta get going tonight after the stream. Is that I was gonna try and get some of those printed out. Yes. I tried printing those out on the FDM style printer. Well, the spider webs all kind of broke. So I think I'm going to try and give it, or at least, I don't know, print the more delicate bits if I can on the resin printer. And that would be for our Merkwood board, of course. So yeah, Bitron, it'll be, we've got a whole bunch of terrain still printed out. We have that entire city of Dol Amroth. Holy smokes, we're talking multi-story buildings, a giant shipyard. There's cranes and docks and everything. And again, look how we're holding this brush. We just got 2 fingers on it right there. That's it. Four hours, 18 minutes ago, this piece of terrain had no paint on it at all. It's what we call one of our paint-free objects. I haven't seen those at Grand Oracle. Actually, gee whiz, I have. Oh, the printing goes over on Lake Town. I really should kind of start getting printing on, because that kind of serves. It's very generic, right? The thing that it kind of makes me think of, Bitron, is your remember the tiles that you did for your version of Marvel Crisis Protocol there with the roadway, the overpass, yeah, where you can kind of be up on that. There's multiple levels to it. Well, I'm hoping that the Moria board is going to be that way too. That it's going to be multiple levels, and I don't just mean like, okay, there's a building and you're on top of the building. I mean like it could be multiple levels, as in you could be 2-3 feet up or something like that. Well, Bitron, hopefully at some point the work schedule starts to be easier and it'll leave a little bit more zip in your step too. Again, look at to reach this. I'm almost at the end of the brush handle there. There is not much left. Hit this up here a little. So yeah, this chimney has a whole lot more shape on it than it did a little while ago. Alright, now we can get rid of that because I think we've got that pretty well set. Everything else is just going to be the flock and the foliage and such. Now, actually, Bitsrot, as far as like the Conquest stuff, have people been playing much either Conquest or not Team Yankee, but Flames of War or anything like that? Just in your area there, because I know there was that Conquest tournament. Actually, Bitsrot, wasn't it around this time last year, or was it this time in 2020? Yeah, this time. Let's see, we're working really hard to try and get stuff done for that Conquest tournament. Maybe it was the year before. Things are starting to flow together. I don't remember those sometimes. So Celia there, Grand Oracle, thank you so much for being here as always. Hopefully we'll see you Monday. And of course, as always, take care of yourself. So it was about this. Okay, wasn't sure for some reason if it was 2022. So again, it was another glorious college football Saturday today. Upsets galore. Complete destruction of the top, well, sort of destruction of the top 10. Can't wait to see what they trot out there this Tuesday when they redo all of the rankings. Because there's going to be some changes. And there'll be some teams that thought maybe they had no more shot, which all of a sudden now they have a shot. There are some teams that are pretty much eliminated from the competition. Let me get a little bit of the dark on the top of that door. And some here, and then on the tops of these nails there. Now I'll try to find a couple little lights in here. Which way do we need to hold it? No, not that way. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. Let's grab this stuff here. So sorry, Bitron, that you just haven't really been able to gear up the get up and go to do the painting stuff. So Bitron, geez, I think you heard, right, about all the craziness with MESBG. And how pretty much all the stuff that I've been painting the last 4 to 5 months is basically gone now. Fortunately, we have a way to work right around that. I actually have to start playing some War of the Ring board game gameplay videos. So yeah, Bithron, they wiped out nearly 100 profiles and miniatures from the game. The entire Kandish army is gone. Basically, Far Harad is gone. A huge portion of Harad is gone. There's Mordor stuff that's gone. I guess Gundabad orcs are gone. There's Dol Amroth stuff that's taken away. And we've got Lilac Moon. How you doing, Lilac Moon? Thank you so much for that raid. Appreciate that. Majar, you're still here. Thank you so much, Purple Pixie. Appreciate that. It's like, okay, this is not the most inviting Hobbit house ever. I don't see the blacksmith anywhere. I don't think he's got pipeweed in here. Thank you so much for that follow, Purple Pixie. What's gonna happen on our big old Gandalf 6? Okay, that's survive in advance. Because again, when he mentions pipeweed, usually what happens is that. So thank you so much, Lilac Moon. Appreciate that. So this is another one of our Hobbit holes. Let's get the roof on this so you can see what that looks like. So there it is with the roof on. Let me zoom out here so you can kind of see what it looks like compared to some of the other Hobbit holes. Because this is only the third one. This is our first one over here. And oh, look at that. There's Bilbo Bananigans. He's hanging out there on the front porch. So that was our first one. This was the one we painted last night. We're doing all these in oil paints. We did this one last night. A little bit of a vegetable patch there. And again, a nice little warm hearth. And of course, we painted this last night too. So look at that. There's Bilbo Stabbins, making sure nobody messes with his pumpkins. Don't mess with Bilbo Stabbins' pumpkins. Thank you so much, Nestlin. Appreciate that. So, Nestlin, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much. We do, we do like to do our object source lighting, and sometimes it takes very different tones. Here, let me zoom back in here. And, well, sometimes also, too, it's maybe a bit more of a sci-fi genre as well. So we love doing the object source lighting. Of course, some of our recent streams were more of our Tomb Kings here. Now, Lilac Moon, if you want to share anything in the chat, you know, you've been working on stuff, got any work in progress things, please share that. This was another one of our very recent streams. We did a couple of these eagles on some nests. Let me see. Yeah, I think I still want to get a couple more cracks on these stones in here. Well, this was another. We painted a ton of Moria stuff. So we did the Watcher in the water. We did a Balrog. We did a cave dragon. Now, for Lilac Moon, we should do this. Yes, this would only be appropriate here. For Lilac Moon, there you go. We will be painting again some of these on our Christmas streams because it's almost time for Christmas ornaments, right? It's getting to be that time. I gotta find these. They might actually, Bithron, you know the story, right? They're gonna be within 17, 18 inches of where I'm sitting right now, as always. So yeah, we gotta do some more of these because, well, it's Christmas time. Thank you so much, Lilac Moon. Appreciate that. And so, Major, thank you so much for being here. And maybe you had a hand in the recommendation there. So yeah, that we'll be painting some more of those. I mean, it is the holidays here. Thank you so much, genuinely, Bill. Appreciate that. He's like, wonder if this has anything to do with the scouring of the Shire. It's on fire there. Not so sure about this. It's gonna burn all the pipe weed. Uh-oh. Boy, that's him taking a big chance. Mentioning pipe weed twice. Well, he doesn't pay the price. He survives again. I mean, we have infinite Gandalfs here. There's Gandalfs in all iterations and versions. So thank you so much, Major. Appreciate that. Let me see. 4 hours and 30 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. None whatsoever. We've done it all in the last 4.5 hours with a regular, traditional artist oil paints. And this will be dry by this time tomorrow night because, well, again, this less than 24 hours ago I was still painting this thing. And as you can see, I've grabbed it, got it in my hand and stuff, and we're all good with the paint. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Where are we at? Is this my... Yep, that's the one we want. That is the one that we want because we got to get a few little lights down in here. So yeah, Hensable, that's sorry, Michelle, I was so surprised because I'm like, wait a minute, I thought you went off to Dreamland there. But thank you so much for interrupting the sleep quest there. Much appreciated. Touch more of our lighter along the edge of these things. Right again. Well, look at that. I only got these 2 fingers on the brush. That is it. Remember, with the oil paints, you do not need to have a death grip on the brush because they're just so easy to apply. Right? It's just so much easier to apply those. And this is FDM printed. So yeah, this is from Miniature Land. Printed out on a bamboo X1 carbon using black matte PLA. Oh, here's some of our other terrain that we've painted. We did, whoops, wait a minute, 3 of these Corsair ships. That's just one. We did 3 of those. We did an even bigger Elven ship. That's for our Corsairs of Umbar. For our Candish forces, Candish yurts, and for our Easterlings, we've painted like 5 of these buildings. That's just one building there, and that's the 3 parts of it. Hey, Diadems, nice to see you again. Happy Sunday there, Diadems. I hope that you're doing well. So welcome back as always. Nah, probably gonna be sticking my hand again on that anyways. You know what, over here, let me take some of our bluish gray. We got nothing going on over there. We don't want a ton, we want a little something there. So Diadems, I hope that you're doing very well on this Sunday. And I hope that everybody has got themselves something fun planned for today. Whether that's painting, whether that's playing, whether that is maybe both. Because, why not? Both would be just fantastic. What are we doing here? Blending brush. Blending brush on that. Not even going to bother doing any more painting on that because we are going to be getting all the flock and foliage and other such things. We don't need to mess around with that. This, however, to paint on there, so we'll take this brush. I'm going to push that around. It does a couple of things. First of all, it blends it all, right? So we did one layer instead of several. Also, it fills in those layer lines. That is the nifty thing about the oil paints, is that it fills in those layer lines. Yeah, because the oil paint is thinner than any kind of acrylic paint, and that means you're going to be able to really get that down into those deepest recesses. So we want to say thanks to everybody for the follows. We appreciate that. And thanks again, Neshlin, for the sub. Super helpful. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. After we crossed that 9K plateau, I wasn't sure if we'd continue to build up the Hobbit list, but we still are, because now we're at 9,047. And yes, there will come that time where we can finally start to live stream our games of MESBG, and what I'm hoping is that we'll have a mechanism where people in the chat can act as bit as a strategic AI. So instead of me having to just make all the decisions and going, well, okay, I know exactly what I'm going to do, say, you know what, this is a tough choice. The chat will decide. This so-and-so use this might point, save the might point. Use that fate point now, try and save it for later. So that's what I was just talking about there, amazingly funny. Is that eventually I want to be able to play a huge campaign using the War of the Ring board game as a strategic AI, with all of the armies that we've done, with all the terrain that we're painting. So it wouldn't just be your standard kind of Middle-earth strategy battle game, battle report, where it's pretty much the same scenarios over and over again, the same armies with literally the same characters over and over again. Using the War of the Ring board game as a strategic AI, that would determine, okay, well, instead of having Theoden showing up at every random little scrap that happens everywhere in Rohan, he can only be in one place. He cannot be everywhere. And of course, in the War of the Ring board game, if a hero dies, well, they're not coming back. We also want to have uneven matches where, well, okay, maybe the orcs have 700 points and Dol Amroth only has 250. Now, there's a mechanism in the War of the Ring board game where you just basically go under siege and you try to outlast the larger force. Amazingly funny, what's nice is that the FDM printed terrain is super rugged, as in really rugged, and the oil paints are also very rugged because they're designed to last hundreds of years, exposed to elements, or at least just exposed to air. So these will be able to take quite a beating. And same thing with the miniatures too. Again, they're all painted with the oil paints, so they are equally as rugged. You know what? I'm thinking that is probably what. So I should maybe put a little bit of a wood texture on that, maybe. I even have a essentially a water mat, so that we could play something like Middle-earth War at Sea. Actually, Bithron, I don't know if you were able to listen to the stream where we came up with the we SBG instead of me SBG. And that's again why I'm not necessarily too broken up over the whole thing with MESBG, because I wasn't really going to be able to use the regular system anyway. Not with what we're doing. We're sort of creating our own game as it is. So, not a problem. I'm kind of looking forward to that. So a few little catches of our orange light, because that is supposed to be metal there. So yeah, Bitron, once I realized that so much of the stuff was just being taken away, I thought, oh, okay, we'll lean even further into the creation of our own system. Let me get a little more light along the edge of that. Yeah, that's good. That is good. So the stones in here. I'm not going to use this brush, but let me get that one off to the side. I will try to find this one. This is the one I'm looking for here. We got some of that green, some of the white. That's going to probably, even that's going to still be too light. We're going to take some of that away. There we go. Some of the edges on the flagstones, I think we need to sharpen those up a little. Also, just create a little, ironically enough, a little more texture on some of those stones. There, that's better. Okay. You can see if I hold it this way. Remember, we were trying to also get different colors on these flagstones here. Yeah, the texture on these is much flatter than it is on these stones out here. By a lot. Oh, is that going to be too light? Alright, fine. Let me get a little bit of this in there too. So that's some of our I almost said brilliant yellow pale. That's our Mars yellow deep. Nice to see you again there, Plank Walker. Happy Sunday. Speaking of Middle Earth Ward, see, and of course, well, Plank Walker, hopefully you'll be here on our Monday stream where we get back into our nautical theme. Painting those 1800 scale ships. I do believe that Akagi is going to be one of the ships that I'll be doing. Potentially also a cruiser or destroyer. I think if anything, it would be another cruiser because I haven't had a chance to print those. I also have to get some more of our IGN files, more of the Kiru Butai. I don't think we have Nagato either. So amazingly funny. Here it's just much more neutral, even more cooler color. That's where we got some of the greens and some of the flagstones there. We did kind of almost more of a bluish gray by comparison to what we've got in here. So yeah, unfortunately nothing's going to get through here. And we can confirm it. Look at this. We have the Oracle of the Flashlight. So as you can see, none of it gets inside the building there because it's all basically all closed up, which is fine. Which is just fine. So yeah, Plank Walker, these buildings are really, really nifty. And well, Conquest Creations also has some of the farm fields, and he has his building. Printing Goes Ever On also has some buildings. So yeah, that's a metal shutter right there. That's all closed up, and it's not reaching. You can see we have a little bit of a shadow right there because the light kind of is cruising on past that. But we will be using one of these again inside the building, right? I think you saw the post here, and that's again using those little the little lights. Okay, let me see if I can get back to my. There we go. So again, that's what we'll be doing with those little lights. That's in our Rohan terrain. So you can see that's kind of what it looks like in daylight, and that's what it's going to look like at night. So there's again one of our destroyed buildings there that's kind of on fire. And we did all of those buildings on stream. We constructed all of those. We did pink foam. Let me hit a little bit more of that light on the wall here. And those little just LED, some of them they're referred to as balloon lights. You can get any color that you can possibly imagine, and I just get them off of Amazon. Usually get them by a batch of 50 or 100. There's another type of them here, which here we go. We got these, right? So you have a different color right there. There's well, here's a blue light right there. So amazingly funny. All of those streams where I was building the terrain, those are all saved as highlights. So you can go back and check those out. I think some of them have been turned into YouTube videos as well. So again, love me the 3D printing, but you don't necessarily have to have a 3D printer to be able to have terrain. I mean, originally the 3D printer was to kind of make the more organic type terrain that just would take a long time to make with pink foam. It evolved, especially once I got one myself. Never did do the darks in between the stones over here. Let's do that now. Again, just a couple fingers on the brush, and away we go. There we are. Look at that. You know what? I think I should also do a little bit of dark on the underside of this. Right there. Because the darker that is, the sharper that edge is, the more contrasty we're going to have here. Let's hit this port over here. Fine, well, okay, that wasn't quite where that was supposed to go, but we'll roll with it anyway. Darken this down a little. Well, I'll just use this light. Alright, so maybe we're going to get a little bit of our orange over here. Yellow egg yolks. I'm glad that this is kind of chill, kind of relaxing, because more chill. Sometimes life just requires a little more chill, doesn't it? Because usually life doesn't want to be chill. Usually life wants to be a flaming chainsaw in your hand. So sometimes it's nice when we don't have the flaming chainsaws and we don't have to juggle those. There we go. Same, we put the texture out here on these flags, so now we're going to try and do a little bit of that here, which should add a little side benefit. Once again, doing a little Moskorovka on that on those layer lines. multiple ways to get rid of these layer lines. Obviously, all of these layer lines, well, that's all going to be covered with our flock and foliage. We even have a couple little, yeah, like this. Even there's no static grass on there or anything like that. There's about 5 or 6 different colors and types and weights of flock on there. When we were painting it, it just looked like it literally just looked like it was a wasteland. Same thing here with our Galadriel, right? You can see we've got all kinds of different flock and leaves on there. I think we have another. Oh, gee, here's little Leggy. I knew we had him around. There he is. There's little Leggy with his shrooms. Oh, that's what we need. We have to 3D print some more shrooms. And of course, we do have to print some more of these. My all-time favorite Ushabti. And those are from Titan Forge. Yeah, amazingly funny. Usually when you least expect it, right? That's when it's most like a flaming chainsaw. And that's the other reason why I try to emphasize the enjoyment phase of the miniatures. I mean, it's always going to be a little bit of a challenge, a little bit of work. But boy, oh boy, if painting the miniatures just feels like work, you're like, well, gee, I was doing that all day. Now, doing that all day, I don't need to be doing that again for fun. Because I know sometimes, like with contest miniatures, people will really, really, really invest a whole lot of time and energy into external factors instead of just, well, you know what? This was something I was always wanting to paint. If it does well, so much the better. If it doesn't matter because I've painted or sculpted or whatever, something I've always wanted to do. In the end, you'll probably be more likely to finish it too, because stuff that's perceived that you kind of perceive as more of a hassle, it's real easy to come up with reasons. You're like, I gotta do this other thing. I'll work on that some other time. I gotta do this thing now. And next thing you know, the contest is 2 days from now. Nerifel, do we need flaming chainsaw merch? Oh, Nerifel. Oh, like the magnets or keychains. Oh, there we go, Nerifel. We want to do those keychains. We need flaming chainsaw keychains. Actually, you know what? Maybe we should also start turning these into stickers. Yeah, maybe we should start turning our crazy Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears into stickers. Yeah, amazing, funny. Gosh, there's a couple of people. I just literally watched them. They really were kind of caught up in. Well, the judges are going to want to see this. They're going to want to see that. Which it's not like that's not true, but they absolutely hated what it was they were painting, and they were staying up all night to try and finish it, and it just was. Oof. I thought that ain't fun. That doesn't look like fun to me. And again, since life is juggling flaming chainsaws, it's a lot easier to juggle one flaming chainsaw than 3 or 4. The only reason I think of it, Nerifel, is because on all the YouTube ads that play, needless to say, I get 1 or 2 sticker mule ads every 30 seconds or less, sometimes every 5 seconds. And one of the things they've been really harping on lately is the magnets and of course the keychains. So yeah, what was the one thing that I did? It was again for a contest. Where's that Faramir? Where is he at? He's around here somewheres. Where you at? Where you hiding, Faramir? He's around here somewheres. But this was done for a contest, but it was something that I always wanted to do. Oh, there he is. Yeah. And I also was able to film 3 videos out of it because I wanted to do waterfalls, right? Because it was supposed to be the hidden Dunedain base up there in the mountains. So I wanted to do a diorama like that. Also, well, where's our? Oh, she's up here. This is our Galadriel versus the Necromancer diorama. That was something I wanted to do. And I just thought, well, can I arrange all of these elements and make all these elements work together? And that was way more interesting to me than just trying to do a contest. Yeah, nothing wrong with the contest. Those are fine. But gee whiz, you want to make sure that you have yourself some fun while you're doing that. Is this going to be too light on these things? No, not too bad. I almost forgot about these guys. Now we switch over to here. Trying to get my light edge on the top of this window. And then on the window sill. Now on this here door. Let's see if we can lighten this up too. There's something there, there's something there. Come on, there we go. Up in here. Alright, that door is looking... I can barely see that one. I'll move over to here. And just try to get a couple little lights on the wood texture here on this door. Remember, that's all FDM printed, so there's, you're going to have some little things that aren't necessarily super perfectly detailed because, well, it is FDM style after all. Yes, it's on a bamboo, but still, it ain't resin printed. Or a little bit of light along that. Is there even... Okay, I had to look and see, is there really actually a little lid for me to paint on there? Get rid of this. Ah, there's a door handle over there. It would be, again, neat to have a little plant or something. Oh, I also have all that Hobbit furniture. Oh, that's another thing, Fuzzy, that's going to go in here. All these buildings, there's going to be furniture in them. That also might be part of some of our future streams, is where I'm painting some of the furniture. I think there's even basically portrait frames, like one of those typical oval portrait frames. So we'll have to paint ourselves some tiny Hobbit portraits to hang on our walls here. I mean, that's a good wall right there. That's a reasonably open wall. We can have a Hobbit portrait hanging there. Hey there, Recoil. Yo, gee whiz, we're almost 5 hours into the stream. We did have I had to furnish the punnage here, Recoil. Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. Of course, Recoil, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Rico, I don't think you got to. Did you get a chance to stream? Well, I guess no. For me, it would be early. No, it wouldn't be even earlier today for me either. But I wasn't sure if you got a chance to stream or not. So again, thank you so much for joining us here, of course. Do we want to make that any? I don't know. No. Now recoil. Have you? I don't know if you've heard us talking about the. Was there any kind of MESBG news that hit today? It's just as you say, you might want to check your Insta. That was the first thing that I thought of. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. And of course, Rico. Oh, Rico, why don't you share? Same thing there, Arid. Arid, you share your Pinterest link, and Rico, please share your your Rangers and your buggies there. Oh, so Rico, I don't do. Did you hear? Did you hear that we? Wait a second here. 1 second. We want to. Basically, I want to make stickers or magnets out of these. So yeah, I think we'll have to do that. So everybody, please check out the Pinterest link that Arid just shared. So actually, wow, Recoil, do you don't mind if we make we got to make stickers of this and magnets. Wow, Recoil, this is sensational. We have got to make this. So yeah, so Recoil was kind enough to be the genius Recoil master of AI. Was able to create this. So Recoil. We got to make a painting of this. Better yet, Recoil. Yes, we'll make a painting of it. Actually, Recoil, this should be our first 2D art stream. This has to be our first 2D art stream there, because that is fantastic. So Recoil again was kind enough to do that. So thanks, Rico. That's going to be fantastic. That is absolutely amazing. So Nerifel approves for sure. So wow, yeah, that and it is it's a truism, right, Recoil? I think you can attest that. Yep, it's always you're just trying to balance those flaming chainsaws and trying not to drop any of them. So Recoil, that is I mean, it not only is it just perfect as and it portrays what we're trying to say, but it looks fantastic. So Rico, thank you so much. And what these little guys? I'm trying to what are these little dudes over here off on the sides here? I gotta look at this again. These little mushroom guys over here. Kathy would have loved these little mushroom characters. That is yeah, that is really wild. I'm just trying to in my brain. I'm trying to kind of oh, what would you say? Think, okay, what kind of search parameters did it take to make that? Yeah, that that's all I keep thinking about is what kind of search parameters must have gone into that. And that's the crazy thing about AI, right? Recoil is that sometimes it adds things and you're just, what in the world is this? Why did it put those in? And then sometimes you see it and you say, wow, those are fantastic. And that's kind of the benefit of the AI stuff, right? Is that sometimes it just makes something that really works out well. Yeah, recoil. Let's put it this way: they look so much like they belong there that I just figured that you did some kind of search parameter to include them. And I was like, gee whiz, I wonder what search parameter you used where it put those in. Because the expressions on their little faces, recoil, is pretty wild. I'm just looking at that going, wow, those are really amazing. Now let me, where's my roof? Let's raise the roof again. Because now that I put some of the lighter stuff here, I got to do that same deal out here. So hopefully Squeak and Mom are doing very well. And of course, Arid, I hope that your stream went well today. I saw that you were painting. There was more of the dice towers, right, Arid, that you were painting today? Well, tonight on the stream. Oh my god, look at this. Look at where her hand is on that brush. Look at where her hand is on that brush. Nowhere near that ferrule. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that Recoil just shared because, well, as genius as Recoil is with wielding the AI sword, Recoil does some fantastic miniature painting and such. So go check that out. And of course, please check out the Pinterest link that Arid shared. And please give both Recoil and Iridican Wife a follow. Now, Arid, was there 5 of those or 6 overall that you had to? Because it's for your gaming group, for presents, right? And again, my apologies if I'm completely spacing on how many you have to do. Recoil, I thought you did that from the get-go. Like, what am I looking for? Because look at this, right? I just thought that you said, oh yeah, we want it to be like a wizard because I thought you were imitating the Wapelius Spellbrush figure there. So yeah, Recoil, it's just you're gonna have to teach a course in how to get the most out of AI. Oh, that's it. There you go. There's your new class. How to get the most out of your AI searches. So you gotta do 7 of them overall, and one of them is a wee bit on the large size. So Irid, are they gonna be able to roll like 20 D20s down that thing all at once? And the other thing too is that when we were making our own dice towers out of foam and stuff, we were able to make them nice and quiet. There is one dice tower that I have. It's a little clanky. It makes a clankety clank while that stuff's going down there. Let's see. So one, I wonder, Irid, if that's the same. I wonder if it was Texlari Factory. It was it was it was the Argonath dice tower. Now, of course, I don't know. Maybe I should print that thing a little bit bigger. Oh, I need to print another one of those plants. That's right. I need to print out one of my planters. Boy, Recoil, all kidding aside, that could make an interesting little a little course there. Yeah. What are we doing here with our Yeah, that's a little too late. Let me get some of the asphaltum. Nope, nope, nope. This one. There we go. There we are. That's more like it. So yeah, here at the... No, I don't think we'll be using the Argonaut Dice Tower when we're live streaming the game, because that would be pretty loud. We'll just use oh, your usual soft whatchamacallit things. Yeah, nothing too crazy. They're you can kind of they have the little whatchamacallit little snaps on them, right? So they come apart, then they snap together again. Touch, that's too much of that. Darn, there, we'll get rid of some of that. Also, gonna need to get rid of some layer lines here. There. That'll help get rid of some of those layer lines. Alright, we can take this down again. Now, Rico, you would have gotten a kick out of it. Here, let me show you something. We'll use this light here. So you, there we go. So, yeah, I didn't know that was there. There's a couple little holes here. Oh, look at, see that? There's another one right there. So, needless to say, when I was doing all the glazy stuff here, my hand, it got a little bit dirty. Yeah, all that stuff went through. It's like, what is on my hand here? It's just like, what is happening? Where's all this stuff coming from? And it was coming from those holes because I'm thinking I'm totally safe in here, right? Doing a bunch of glazy stuff in there. It would all be self-contained. Nah, not so much. Not so much. So again, Rico, thank you so much for the contribution there, because I think we're gonna have to snag some more resin. Now, since I haven't been able to do much resin printing the last week and a half or two, we're not running low right now, but I've got some bigger stuff to print, like some of the Nerixon stuff and other large things. I'm just trying to darken down this side here. Let's do this. Now this doesn't have quite so much of the orange in it either. So let's see. 1 second here. There we go. Basically taking some of this same kind of reddish brown color. I'm bringing that into here because we did some of the lighter stuff to create some little texture on the tiles here, or the flagstone. Now I'm going to put something that I think is a little bit on the darker end of the spectrum here onto that. the other thing I need to find as far as 3D printable files are just regular birds. Remember I was talking about that well, when we were painting our eagles? Yeah, I gotta find some regular, just like blue jays, cardinals, just as they should look. But not for print. Well, actually, that would be nice to. Ooh, that would be nice to have as basing elements. I wonder. Geez, I guess. Well, in my vast amount of free time, that's what I'll do. We'll try and find some of those. Because of course, we don't have enough things to look for on my mini factory. It's not at all a rabbit hole. Yeah, I just want to look for this one thing. Meanwhile, you visited 20 different My Mini Factory sites. A little more dark on that one. Because that would be interesting for some of our miniatures. Actually have some cardinals and blue jays around them. And right now, the only birds I really have are crows, which are great. Right? Love me some crows. It's just it would be nice to have other things besides just, well, crows. Also, too, I was thinking for Christmas trees, and that was something that Kathy and my mom did too. Actually, she really liked actually birds, right? Little birds, and they would clip them onto the tree on the ends of the branches. So I think we're gonna have to find some of that. I think I'll have to also search on Amazon and see if there are some little clips like that that we could attach to those birdies. Alright, I don't know if I can go much lighter than that on the walls. There's a serious amount of texture in there. Also, too, again, these walls are pretty high. Look at that. There's our little hobbit in there. I guess we're gonna have to start doing some hobbits that have only just like flagstone or wood floors or something on their bases. So that they kind of look more like they belong. There has to be one of our hobbits that's kind of like a. Either that or we take that one guy and we change him and we give him just a hammer or something. Fine. This got a little wonky over here. Let me do a change on this. Yeah, that's better. Now, there's some of the stones down here. Let me also get a little bit more light on them too. Maybe we'll do some bluish gray on some of these here. Again, it can't be too much, can't be too pronounced. Nah, we didn't do anything on this side. Let's hit this one now. And blend a little blending brush, just again take the edge off of it. That's really the nifty thing about the oils is stuff that normally is really hard to reach. you don't have to struggle with it so much. 'Cause you can just really toss a little paint there, grab another brush, and then just do that little bit of blending that we just did. Now up here, what does the oracle do? Ah, you know what? Okay. Good thing that's still a bit dark, because I think I can actually get some orange up there. Some of this. We'll go, okay, a little bit of thinner maybe. Along the edge of this side of the quenching. Well, that's more than a quenching bucket, especially for a hobbit. That's ironic that the hobbit has like a quenching Olympic-sized pool. That's pretty funny. Hobbit could practically use it as a bathtub. Touch more of our orange. By that, I'm telling you, technically, this orange that I'm putting on here right now is darker than what's on there, but because the saturation level is higher, it looks really, 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 really light. The saturation and intensity level is such that on its own, it just becomes brighter looking. This, boy oh boy. Nope, can't reach that. That's just too far away. No, I'm just going to get rid of all that. Get rid of all that there. I'm pretty sure we've got our orange as light as what we did here. Yeah. And boy, this used to be so shiny, right? It's not so shiny anymore as the paint has a chance to set. Now these crazy little things on the windows, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't mess with that too much. There's going to be all of our grass out there, and it might even cover some of that up. Some of our Van Dyke browns, some of the, well, basically indigo, to try and get these bits of the flagstones are right up against that quenching pool there. Now what about this? I might try to enhance the shadows here with a little bit of the Van Dyke brown and some of the asphaltum. Also, try to get some of that wood texture to stand out. I guess we need a little more thinner. A wee bit more. There we go. Remember, this is attached to our roof, so we kind of did need a bit of shadow there. Now, this thing, I'm going to rejuvenate some of the color here because I kept sticking my finger on this thing to balance it. So I just get some of our color on there. Now I can get some of my lighter stuff onto that, since we don't, we won't really be setting our hand there too much anymore. Some of that over here. Not as much. We need a little something over here. We have kind of nothing there. Again, only got the 2 fingers on the brush there. So recoil, when I first started the stream, I want to say for about the first 5 to 7 minutes, it looked like Twitch was being all twitchy and it was going to boot me off. Don't know what was going on at the time. But I want to say about maybe 10 minutes in, it stabilized, and I think it's been fine since. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Wait a minute here. Let me get rid of some of this other stuff here. Whoops. Yeah, I think it's been stable all this time. Again, no idea what was going on in that early part. But I didn't think I'd still be 5.5 hours later, still be streaming, at least at that time. And recoil, it was a wild college football Saturday for sure. All the things that we love, things that were never, ever, ever supposed to happen. And it is chaos in the college football playoff, just the way we like it. Complete madness. And we'll throw some of this up here. So yeah, we basically, what is it, 9 games into a 12-game season, already started having elimination games. We haven't even gotten anywhere near the playoffs yet. So yeah, it just, for whatever reason, for that one portion of time, it was all crazy, and then it wasn't anymore. Now a little bit light along those edges there. Again, not up here, because that's our roof is going to be going on top of that. Let me see if I can't take this blue and some of this blue. I don't want to, well, you know what? I do have a bit of the Prussian blue. I'm just going to lightly dust a little bit of blue onto there. Just the tiniest amount. Yeah, I think that's going to be good. Yeah, it's bizarre recoil. There'll be times, for the longest time, everything is great, and then all of a sudden it's just super weird. You know what? Let me take a little bit of this lighter bluish gray. And we'll do a little bit of that down in there. Yep. Now, remember we got a whole bunch of different livestock things printed out already that we are going to use. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the building right here. So you can see it's got like a little attached whatever right there, right? So this is the one that we're going to be painting up That's going to be really fun. Look at that, a little water trough over there. So yeah, well, I can see there's some stuff I have to clean off of this because it was so long ago when I printed these, I didn't recognize where it might be adding some sneaky little, sneaky little supports and stuff. Let me get that. But now I do think I'm gonna head over to Harmony there because well now we've been doing this for 5.5 hours and it's now I see it's after 4 in the morning here. I went wow, it was 2 in the morning and now it is 4 in the morning. So I do want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Of course, thanks for the raids. And of course, thank you so much, Recoil, for the contribution. That is going to be super helpful. Thank you so much. Let's zoom out here so we can see a bit more of our terrain piece. Here, we don't need little flashlights there. Let's get our chimney and roof on there. So thank you so much. Appreciate it, Era. Thanks for being here. And thanks, Recoil. And thank you so much to Armored Wolf, who has once again listened to our crazy ramblings for 5.5 hours. And of course, we want to say special thanks to Recoil again for this fantabulous. So we'll have to do a painting of that, and we will certainly have to make some kind of stickers or something of the flaming chainsaw. Oh, thanks, Bithron, for joining. Glad you could hang out for a while. I am going to get the raid countdown started here. So thanks so much, everybody. This is wow, that's one heck of a chimney there. Just as I'm doing this, I'm like, that's a heck of a chimney right there. So there we go. There's again our interior, and there's our exterior. So thank you so much, everybody, and I'll see you on our Monday stream.